Hello and welcome everybody. Welcome to the Saturday stream. What's up? I missed you guys the last couple of days. I was a little bit sick, so there was no streams yesterday and the day before that, but we are back this weekend with 2 streams, one today and one tomorrow. It's gonna be a fun weekend, so welcome everybody, settle in. Today, the first thing we're gonna do today is we're gonna see some Master Duel action with the newest pack. We have day 1 of a 2-day Challenger Cup happening. And that is going to be pretty exciting. So we're going to have some Master Duel gameplay with the new cards. Hopefully we're going to see some elf notes, maybe some probably some cool tune as well, and also just the impact of the latest forbidden and limited list. So that is about to begin, but that should be a lot of fun. Also, for those of you guys, because I'm sure you guys are going to ask me about this, we are going to go into some TCG talks and talk about the announcements that they did in the last couple of days after the Challenger Cup is done. So I'm going to stick around for some extra content after the Challenger Cup is over for today. Once again, for this one, it is a 2-day tournament, actually. We have the Swiss rounds today and the top cut tomorrow, so that should be fun. But once again, yes, after the Swiss rounds for today are done, we will also talk about a lot of the other things that have been going on recently, you know, Grandmaster Rares and stuff like that. We will talk about all of that later. Also, we'll be making a tier list for the TCG format later after day 1 of the Challenger Cup is done. For now, as the players have just started playing for round number 1, let me pick a feature match real quick. Who do we have? You know, for round 1, let me just go in wherever. Let's just do, all right, we're doing player 1 versus Tad. Let's go. Let's see if we can see anything from the new pack in this one. Now, the format is as follows. We are going to see best of 3 matches here. It is Swiss rounds, so no one is eliminated after they lose a game. We see Kashtira Fenrir here being the start here for player 1, which is a new card. Oh, I mean, not a new card, but it's now at 3 again. And we have a cool tune mix to follow that up. So we do see cool tune here. Maxi on resolution does not get negated, so that is going to resolve. That's going to be good. Rotary and Bell are going to make a track maker. All right. I mean, the Maxi did resolve, but at the same time, we are going to see the hand, I guess, in a second and find out how bad it really is. But we were able to develop quite a bit here with Fenrir already on the board, a decent half board with Mix and Track Maker and 2 searches that we're resolving right now. We get our first copy of Cool Tunes Synchro. We do see Super Poly, Called by the Grave, Synchro Overtake, and Cool Tune Rico. That is a really strong hand for Cool Tune on the other side of the table. And the weird thing is, normally you could try to play around Super Polymerization by only leaving 1 tuner on the field. However, we are under Max C, so that would mean we would have to perform further special summons to get the Mix or the Track Maker off the board. And we also didn't resolve Q yet, so we are not looking at the top deck yet. That's scary. We could grab, I suppose Rotary could grab the field spell and then we tribute one of the 2 we have and just add 1 to hand. That way the Super Poly isn't immediately live. The problem is, like, in the Cool Tune mirror, Super Poly is always gonna be live, right? They can just Super Poly their own monster with your monster in the worst case scenario, I guess. Tributing Mix. I joined the first card I see is Fenrir. I'm actually happy that Fenrir is back at 3. I mean, I don't necessarily want to stare down any Arise cards. But I've always been a fan of Fenrir as a card itself. I feel like it's a pretty interactive card. I like with multiple Fenrirs, I like being able to play Fenrir in other decks again outside of just like Kashtira decks. I think the interaction of Fenrir being able to search Fenrir is good. I like it being like a generic, almost non-engine card. I like him. Yeah, I would have preferred if they gone down the route of hitting Unicorn or Iceheart personally. It's interesting. It's an interesting decision to use Effect Veiler on Fenrir though. Okay, well, we set 2 and we passed the turn, so the card being drawn here for the opponent is actually unknown, and it is a Molcharmi Fualos, which is not bad actually here in this spot. But now at least we know what they drew, I suppose, for now. So what is it? Synchro Overtake, Super Poly, Rico, and one more. Called by the Grave. Pretty good hand for going second. But the Fenrir is annoying here, isn't it? No matter how you approach it, the Fenrir is annoying. You use Rico's effect here, that Rico is gone afterwards. If they want to. Not a bad Fenrir here. Uva being active makes it so that if they do use Cool Tune Synchro to interact... Okay, we imperm this. They could change Super Poly here to dodge this. Question is, how good is that? How good is that play? Because Rico would resolve, but if we search Rotary, we don't have another tuner. We don't have another tuner to summon, so if we Super Poly here, we don't actually have board presence. They do have Overtake, yeah, but that's not something you can like reveal for Rotary, I mean. So we do let the Imperm go through. Rico stays on the field for now. Are we gonna use the Fenrir on it, I suppose? No, you don't have to yet. But we are deciding to, okay. Rico gets banished face down. I mean, this is fine. You can just use Overtake to extend now. If there is an Ash Blossom, you do have Called by the Grave for it. But there's probably no Ash because the Maxi resolved, right? There could be a second copy of Bell. Since we were using one from hand on the first turn. Here's Clip. Okay. That's going to be draws for the Molcharmi. That is going to be some draws, at least one for now, for the Molcharmis. How viable is Fenrir in Cool Tune? I think it's pretty decent in Master Duel. It's a pretty solid card in like the hand trap back and forths that Cool Tune often produces. But also just the existence of Baron the Fleur, I think makes it a little bit stronger. Because you can like just normal summon Rico, search, and then you're not locked into tuners yet, so you can just make a Baron the Fleur. Seen people do that. It's just a but it's also just a good standalone card, I feel like. So it seems viable. It's also kind of interesting in best of one because it's okay going second as well. It's not a card that's like specifically good going first or going second. It can kind of work in both things, in both you know. Is there any RL event today? I think there's the Greek national championships, I think, are happening. Ooh, last card in hand is a Droll and Lockbird. We do have Called by the Grave for this, though. However, this does mean, and this is something that is not to be underestimated sometimes, going to 0 cards in hand is going to make Rotary unable to search for the opponent, which can sometimes really matter. So we're gonna banish Mix here to destroy the Rico on the field. Roll gets negated by Called by the Grave. Clip hits. The one of, usually the one of Crackle, which could end up mattering. Not super likely to matter though. We do know the last card face down is a Cool Tune Synchro, which is still able to be activated because Droll was negated, so we still have that. However, at the moment, we have nothing on the field that allows you to Synchro Summon with cards from hand. So Cool Tune Synchro is not an interruption here. However, we set one, which is probably that Super Polymerization we know about. Oh, yeah. Are you going to be around next week at French Nationals? I will be at French Nationals, yes. I will be at French Nationals. Okay, now we add, with Cool Tune Synchro, we add Cool Tune Q here. As soon as we normal summon it, though, the Super Polymerization is going to be live. However, we can just summon Rico or Mix, which is going to guarantee us some card advantage. Oh, we tribute the Loudness War. Okay, yeah, we start... Oh, that's smart. Yeah. You go Mix or Rico here at the other one. Then you can make an RS and destroy the Super Polymerization before it can be activated. Or we could even... Does this lock into tuners? It does lock into tuners. Yeah, we can't make Baron here, but we can just make the RS. Or Trackmaker, anything to get the Rico in the graveyard works here. This way, it's even better because we now get information on what the last card in hand is, which previously that is the card I believe that they drew off of the Mulcharmy last turn. So this is something we don't know what it is, and just in case it matters, we're gonna find out here. Rico destroys that Super Poly, Rotary reveals another copy of Rotary in hand, and indeed the problem was that we didn't have anything to normal summon in hand. I wonder why did we summon another copy of Rico with Synchro Overtake last turn? Why didn't we summon Mix? Because Rico had already been used. Maybe we forgot about that? Because Rico is the card that we normal summoned, and it got an infinite impermanence. So why did we reveal another copy of, like, why did we summon a second copy of Rico with the Overtake? Not sure, actually. All right, Loudness War returns, and I mean, at this point, it is just a matter of a couple steps. There's multiple ways to finish the game here. We choose to just make Zalen, and that is indeed over 8,000 damage, so we can move into the battle phase here, and it's gonna be the first win of the day for player one. However, we are playing best of 3 in this Swiss round day 1. So not quite over yet. Gonna have to take another win in this Cool Tune versus Cool Tune matchup. And Fenrir put in some work. I mean, it did a lot if you really think about it. It baited out an Effect Veiler from the opponent, which could have otherwise been used on the Cool Tune mix that they started playing with. And who knows how bad that would have been. It could have been the end of their turn, depending on what else was in their hand. I don't think at that time they had the Rotary yet. I'm pretty sure they had to search the Rotary to even get into their engine. So yeah, the Effect Veiler on the Cool Tune mix could have made a huge difference. And Fenrir also further provided interruption on the opponent's turn, which the opponent struggled to get through. So it's been a really good Fenrir in this game. Let's see if things change in game number 2. Does anyone know what steps need to be taken to participate in the Challenger Cup? Yes, there is a Discord server, like one central Discord server for all the Challenger Cups where they announce all the tournaments, and then all you have to do is join the individual servers for the each tournament. They make an individual server that you join, and then you can just sign up for free. So yeah, ! Challenger Cup. Thank you, Has, for putting up the command. You can join the Discord with that link, and then you will find all of the tournaments there. Okay, a little bit of an unusual opener here. Double clip, not very common at the moment. I think most people are just running one copy of Cool Tune clip. We're gonna normal summon a clip and then have another one in hand to get into Trackmaker, which technically works. It's not your ideal start, but hey, it does work. And we do hit with the clip. We hit a copy of Remix out of the opponent's extra deck, which is often a 2 of. However, this start is exceptionally weak into this Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit because we rely on the field spell to get anything going. So we're losing 2 cards out of the hand here into that Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, and are very unlikely to be able to do anything afterwards. Because if we had other starters, we would have probably not played with Clip and Clip. So we are using Talons to draw here, and there's an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. That is tough. Okay, we are not going to get the draw. We have 2 cards left in hand. That's not likely going to work out here for Tad, and we might be looking at a very quick win for player 1 in this first round. Let's see, set 1 pass. How good is the hand for player 1 here? Do we have starters? Do we have ways to push through a potential Infinite Impermanence or something like that? That Ghost Ogre put in work. Here's Rotary, revealing Q. Okay, I'm telling you right now, those 2 together, I don't know if there's even 2 cards that stops this. Q activates here, or do they activate? Yeah, they activate. And even if you hit this with an Infinite Impermanence, Effect Veiler, or Ash Blossom, or anything of that nature, we're still able to synchro with that Q in hand. And that is probably going to be player 1 walking away with the game here. I mean, yeah, it could be super polymerization again, I suppose. But if you just summon Rico or Mix and get a search, then they can super poly the 2 monsters you have on the board, but you still have your regular normal summon. Like, let's say we go Mix, search Rico. I feel like that just plays through super poly no matter what. We just special summon Rotary, though. That is a good super polymerization. And here it comes a Royal Super Poly as well. Super Poly gonna hit Q and Rotary to make the Sea Monster of Theseus. This actually could also make Mud Dragon because they're both light monsters. Yeah, we do make Mud Dragon. So we know a Rotary in hand. Any level 3 normal summon, any Rico, any Mix, not necessarily that great. I mean, Mix still makes RS. Yeah, we have Duelist Genesis. Okay. And at that point, there is nothing left for the opponent. They have a toggle for the Mud Dragon of the Swamp effect, but that's not going to change anything. And it doesn't matter here, I think, if player 1 finds a way to do 8,000 damage this turn, because they're going to be in top deck mode. You might even be able to control the top deck if you synchro away another Q somehow. By searching it with Mix, for example, could easily go Mix, search Q, make Remix, and then look at the top deck. Or get Rico and summon RS. Also fine, like RS is going to check basically any possible top deck here. Can still normal summon the Rico as well, because we haven't normal summoned yet, except with the effect of Rotary. White Day draw that good of a hand, couldn't do anything. It happens. It's the game sometimes. I mean, it's also not just it. I wouldn't say that their hand was that crazy. Their hand was good, but I think it's just that your hand was not ideal to start. Double clip is just not the greatest way to start playing, right? I feel like with a better starter, this hand would have actually been pretty good as well, right? Like Talons, Effect Veiler, Super Poly. If you just had like 1 or 2 better starters than double clip, it could have worked out. But it is what it is sometimes. And I mean, you're not out of it yet. This is a Swiss round tournament. You do lose round 1, which is going to be an uphill battle from here on out, but it is not over. I do think the way the tournament is structured, 1 loss means you can definitely still make top cut if you win the rest of the rounds. So yeah, and here it is. We are going to access another copy of Q because we do want to look at the 2 cards on top of the deck. That's going to make a remix. Q. Let's see it. I mean, yeah, Ash and Called by the Grave. Neither of those cards are going to be combo next turn. Banishing the Called by the Grave. Leaving the Ash Blossom on top of the deck. Of course, because Called by can in theory negate remix, but I mean, that doesn't really matter. Ash Blossom doesn't do anything except make Typhon, I suppose, but I mean, you're not winning with Typhon at this stage anymore. So Ash Blossom being drawn. And even if we normal summon the Ash Blossom, they would just use remix, summon back mix, make a synchro with it. And this is just going to be a matter of a couple more moves here until player 1 wins this round 2-0. Pretty smooth start. I mean, went first, was able to combo, even though the Max C was dropped. But Cool Tune, honestly, not the worst deck into Max C, I would say. I mean, of course, Max C is good against basically every deck. But with Cool Tune, it's like somewhat manageable a lot of the times. Here's the Zaylin. Mix is going to trigger. That's going to add a Q, and that's an easy way to deal the damage next turn. I mean, you can Ash it, but now Zaylin. Unless we do the Zaylin misclick and negate our own mix here, but even then we have JJ for guaranteed follow-up. But no, we are indeed going to negate the correct card with Zaylin. And therefore, mix is going to resolve. Okay. Extra normal summon, Q. And now just a matter of making B2B. Bring back remix is already almost enough damage on the board. Here is the B2B. I feel like B2B 99% of the time, well, not 99%, but a majority of the time I see this card being summoned is when the Cool Tune player already won the game anyways. It's just a matter of cosmetics on how you deal the damage. There's a couple of grind games where it comes up, but a lot of the time it's only like basically confirming the already certain win here. But yeah, well played. Player 1 takes down Tad for a 2-0 win in the first round. This was a relatively quick one. So we are going to watch more games for round number 1 because there's other games still running. I just very quickly want to grab a bottle of water because I forgot to get one. So I'll be gone for like a minute max, and then we'll be right back. I speed ran that. Okay, let's jump into another game. The only thing is, I don't know what the score is if we join another game right now. So let me check real quick. Kageura against Shiba. Let me see if there's a win for Shiba on the board already. Are they in game 2 or game 3? They are in game 3. I see a win for both players already. All right. We are in game 3. And we have Kageura going first. Also, don't be confused by the message of selected going second. This is of course because whoever loses a game gets to decide who starts the next game. This does not necessarily mean they're a blind second deck. We have a Drollin Lockbird here after Case for K9. That looks like it's really strong against this Vanquish Soul hand. That was a lot of cards involved that wanted to search. So, yup, we lost a lot of value due to that Drollin Lockbird. We're going to use the Nash Knight still to go into the Sea Nash Knight and probably into the Masquerade in a second. And then I guess it's a question of what can Rock summon from the hand. We do still get Case for K9 to set the forced release. So if we have an Izuna in hand, maybe that's going to be interesting. All right, we have Masquerade, we have Rock. 5 cards in hand for Shiba. Let's see what we've got. Elf Nodes. Okay. Been wanting to see that deck in Master Duel. All right, we go Special Summon Lucina. With the Power Patron, we go Black Rose Dragon. We chain block it from the Masquerade. So Rose Dragon Chainlink 1. Power Patron Chainlink 2. Meaning we cannot Masquerade this Black Rose Dragon. Adding Jiaolong back to the hand with the Rock, but the rest of the board is going to get wiped, and we get a search for that Power Patron. So that's going to be a Tinia. Black Rose Dragon blows up the board. That's tough. Okay. Black Rose coming in hot here. Drollin Lockbird on the other end, though. Both players hitting each other with the Drollin Lockbird. Okay, Elf Node Tinia places the spell directly from the deck, though. So it does not perform a search. So for now, that does work. Here is the Welcome Home, which does let you special summon an Elf Node with a different attribute from your deck. So we can send the Tinia from the field here to special like Regina. Yeah, here's Regina. If Regina is summoned in the center main monster zone, you can special an Elf Node from your deck. The only thing that we cannot do after the Droll is like Lucina to cert. But honestly, Elf Node does not seem terrible into Drollin Lockbird once you get to Tinia, I suppose. Like Tinia is really good under Droll. So we're sending Medius from hand to the graveyard to special summon back the Elf Node Power Patron with Elf Node Rhapsodia of Madness. That is going to allow us to make another Synchro here into probably the Sterlitzia. Yep, there's the Sterlitzia, and that's going to special summon a level 6 or lower Elf Node from hand or grave. And then we can reduce the level of level 4 or higher monsters by 3. That's something we want to do here. Special summon back Tinia. This is 7,600 damage right now. Medius the Pure coming back would make it over 8,000. Shuffle back Maxi is kind of disrespectful. Okay, this can still trigger to special summon a Power Patron on from the deck. The deck usually plays multiple copies of the Elf Node Power Patron. We have over 8,000 damage now, but we can make a Crystal Wing just to be safe. Yep, there's the Crystal Wing in the center. And now we can move to the battle phase. We have an effect negation for any monster. And that should be game. Elf Notes. Able to put up 8,000 damage pretty easily here after making Black Rose Dragon and after being Drollin Lockbirded. Not a bad showing here, going second for the Elf Note deck. All right, well, Vanquish Soul falling to Elf Notes in the first round as well. Let me check the timer real quick to see if it's worth jumping into another match. It feels like we should still have a little bit of time. We do still have a little over 10 minutes. Sure, we'll jump into another game. I'm just gonna assume that whichever one we jump into now is probably also game 3, so at 1-1. Well, let's see. Let's go into Visas versus Yugi Boy over here. All right, let's see what's going on table 2. All right, we see matching boards. Love when that happens. You see Visas going first, and it is a Dormouse. Uh-oh. Effect Veil that quickly. How do they do it, man? How do they always draw this card? Ah, come. Yeah, just open Dormouse and Goldstark. It's like nothing changes. Jessie Cat returns. Make Transcode Talker. Link Decoder comes back. Revive Wicked. Make White Binder. White Binder sets GWC. Activate GWC. Banish White Binder. Bring back Jessie Cat. Draw a card with White Binder. Make Splash Mage. Bring back Jessie Cat. This Jessie Cat's been on the field like 4 times. Make Heart Scripter. Backup Ad Ignister. Search for March Hare. Discard Vision. So we're playing a Radiant Typhoon package for consistency. Firewall Dragon. Now March Hare. Banish Cryptor. Cryptor comes back. Here's Allied Code Talker. Transcode Talker plus White Binder. White Binder is going to banish some cards. And we pass no face downs though. Interesting. Feels like we could have done more. I feel like. I mean, listen, as the world's #1 Malice expert, I feel like we could have had more than that. I don't know. Here's a Synchro Overtake into mix. Allied Code Talker has already been used because it was hit with Infinite Impermanence. So at the moment we have Drollin Lockbird. Okay. Well, that's not good for the Cool Tune Duelist. But we can still normal summon Q. Special Rico. Special Rico from hand is interesting. Why would one do that? Also, Drollin Lockbird makes it so we can't use this. You can't use your own MTP07 now. So, and we did not get Heart Scriptor back. Did we just banish? Why did we banish March Hare for Cool Tune Q? What is happening? Here's B2B. This B2B goes crazy against Malice, to be fair. They had Magnamoot as well, We don't have a dragon in the graveyard though, so we can't search with that. And we also kind of like give them everything back for the B2B. We lose the remix for the Cryptor though. Access code talker. What's the face down? Imperm. I don't know if I don't know if we should give this B2B so much value. Here's okay, we ashed that, but there's still remix and RS. Summon back mix, synchro with the mix into a second RS. Okay. Destroy the Cryptor. Are you gonna try to negate? Okay, I don't know why we used RS there. Here's SP Little Knight. Banishing an RS. White Binder resets MTP07. Activate MTP07. Add March here. We are kind of low on life points as well. We are running out slowly but surely. And we didn't reset GWC with the White Binder, so I'm not sure. Is there a world? Normal summon Q? Gain SP on White Binder and Q is pretty neat. But that's going to be our last life points. Down to 200 now. I feel like Cool Tune just wins now, doesn't it? Don't you just make a synchro and attack Little Knight? Well, not with Trackmaker, but... Feature request of Sky Striker versus Paleo. Ooh, yeah, we can watch that. That was way too quick for me to see anything. What happened there? There was I saw a Dominus Impulse. Yeah, that's game. How? Oh, okay. That was interesting. It was kind of fun, but that leaves me a little bit confused. But hey, I mean, I'm all here for a Malice board getting taken down by Cool Tune, so yeah. All right, let me find out what the let me find the feature request. Sky Striker versus Paleo. Okay, yeah, it is Lou with a U against Akoha. This one. All right, let's see. $50-minute game incoming. All right. Soldier Dragons. That grass looks greener, gets ashed, but that triggers the Soldier Dragons. Another Soldier Dragon is being summoned. Why not the Dragon Maid? Okay, we're not activating Trap Tantalizing Tune. Setting is Waboku and Balance of Judgment. Activate Upstart. Chain Soldier Dragon. Does not Widow Anchor. Here's Chamber Dragon Maid. Ooh, okay. We Widow Anchor. We're not trying to get high rolled by Laundry Dragon Maid, but that triggers another Soldier Dragon. Is this just Jaja versus Jaja? Yeah, this is two of my altar counts. Wait, we activate engage before we have... Ah, we chain linkage to it. I see. That makes sense. This is one of my biggest, like, problems with this card in the Soldier Dragon version of the deck. Ooh, we played a dragon statue. I love that. Because you flood the board so much with the Soldier Dragons early on that it's really hard to resolve this card. Oh, they destroy Baboku. Yeah, I mean, this in general, this feels like a really, really good matchup for Sky Striker. Take the statue, attack a Soldier Dragon, Hayate sends Lemnis. Make Zeke. First game was way more interesting. Okay. You can check it out in a second. But this one, yeah, this one seems to be over at this stage. We get to keep the 2 Soldier Dragons on the board, but they are likely out of targets. We draw a Paleo. We send it for Trap Tantalizing Tune. It's another Tune and Backjack. Yeah, okay. And we know what Typhon means, right? Okay, yep. Sky Striker wins this one. Let's get the first one. You said the first one. This one? Not the Typhon win rate. Okay, this does look like a better hand for Paleo this time around. Upstart for Pot of Desires. Pot of Desires banish 10. We did banish 1 Rose. I guess we're about to find that classic Pot Desires, honestly. This was we activated Desires. We drew Desires and Upstart drew a second copy of Super Poly. This Desires went crazy. It basically did nothing. Except for banish 10 cards. It was like banish 10 cards off your deck. Period. Okay. Time to engage. Get Lemnis Gate. Drop. You need to practice your drawing skills in the Sky Striker deck. Clearly, that's the issue right here. Set 5 pass is awesome. Oh, we didn't activate 0. Is that a one of Rose moment? Because otherwise, surely you would use it here in the end phase. I think it's a one of Rose moment. Uh-oh. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah. Yeah, we can't activate the 0. Put a Paleo engrave. Ooh, that's a good Soldier Dragon off the top. Because if they try to do anything now, we get more dragons. Morella. Send rollback. But we overlay... None of the other cards... Sky Cavalry Centaurea. Okay. Draw Ray. Normal summon Ray. Make Pigari. Add back, engage. Are we gonna droplet away our 0? No. Super Poly. We're gonna Super Poly our 0. We gave them a Super Poly target to free up their extra monster zone. Here's Karma Cannon. Chain of Paleo. Lemnis Gate is really good against Paleos, you know. Unless they're reset, unless they're flipped face down, then they would actually return to hand. Ooh, Balance of Judgment. Chain Lemnis Gate. Oh, we can return cards from the field to the hand to deny the draw, right? Because if you bounce your own card, they can't draw. That's smart. And we don't get the Paleo. All right. Ah, we're bursting! Typhon. I mean, there is Engage ready to go, though. That's tough. Activate Vision. Add MST. We hit Trap Trick. Okay. Not the best one to hit. Oh, it's a real shame we have the Elemental Burst in hand. Otherwise, we could have just gotten the Morella. But now we get a Dynamishes. I guess that works too. Agari, add back, engage once more. They only have 17 cards left in the deck. I don't know if that's maybe a way we can win. Add Anchor. Draw, Droll, Lockbird. That's pretty bad against Paleo. Summon Hayate. Dynamishes on Hayate. Chain Linkage to dodge it. There's 0. I mean, that's the thing, though. They do have double Lemniscate in the deck, so they can, in theory, they can keep recycling Lemniscates. This actually... Is this game already? This might be game. Ray returns. Can Ray still tag out? No. Okay, so it's just going to be 2,900 from Typhon. Link it off. Azalea. Azalea is going to hit the Leoncolia. We can't chain it because of Trap Trick, which is tough. Shizuku, Lemnis. Add Hornet Drones. I don't even know what we can draw here. We need like Waboku or something. Nah, that's not it. Dude, this is turn 8. We would have drawn so many cards with that if we had it earlier. That would have been very good in the beginning of the duel, but not in the middle or at the end. Unfortunate. But no, that was a fun one. I enjoyed that one. Okay. Well, and who could have guessed after watching Paleo versus Sky Striker, we have now hit overtime in the first round of the Challenger Cup. Shocker, I know. But yeah. All right. Well, that was the first round of Swiss. We have more rounds soon. So we're going on a short break before the second round. I hope you enjoyed round number 1. Don't go anywhere. We will be back momentarily with round number 2. And here we are for round number 2 of the first day of the tournament. Remember as well, there is going to be a day 2 tomorrow. So if you're enjoying the action today, we are going to be back tomorrow for the top cut of today's tournament. But before we can do that, we have to see who is going to make it into that top cut. So in round number 2, let's jump into Funky versus Bell at table number 1 here. Let's see what we're working with here. We've seen a variety of different decks in round number 1. And of course, we've seen some Cool Tune. We've seen Elf Notes take a win. We've watched some Sky Striker versus Paleozoic. Let's see what we're working with here in round number 2. We've got Bell going first, setting 4 cards and passing. What does that mean? What does that mean? Is that an incredibly good or bad start? I don't know. You summon mix. Widow, it's Sky Striker. Okay, that's not a great start for Sky Striker. That really is not a great start. We Widow anchored the mix. Why not Widow? That's why. Okay, answered my question right in the next second. We do want to use that Super Poly, so we allow the summon. There we go. Sea Monster of Theseus being summoned. Can we extend past the normal summon here? We do have the Duelist Genesys. So that's a guaranteed way to extend. Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries. Do we play something for Sky Striker? I've seen people play like a one of Sky Striker Link for this. Do we have? We do have Kagari. We do have Kagari. So gonna have to play the rest of the game without Kagari access. I don't think we can shuffle it back from Banished. Couldn't easily. Oh, there's only 2 in the deck though. Okay, here's Synchro Overtake. Revealing RS, summon Rico. Lemnis Gate. Lemnis Gate only shuffles back from graveyard. And we do have a second copy of Widow Anchor to stop this Rico. I would guess that we don't have Cool Tune Synchro to dodge this because we could have already done that on the first Widow Anchor. So that's going to succeed in taking the Rico and negating its effect. However, we do kind of need to top deck a play here for Sky Striker. Otherwise, I mean, this ends the turn, which looks good, sounds good. But we didn't have any plays on the first turn. So we're going to pick up 1 new card here. And the question is, even if we draw a playable card, don't you think that Cool Tune probably has a way to stop it? But the Ghost Reaper is an interesting thing to see here. We do draw Rose. Rose without Kagari in the extra deck actually is not great here. Because you cannot make... Like, normally this would be make Camellia send something nice to add back with Kagari. Well, we cannot do that right now. I mean, we can make Zeke. Zeke? Alright. Also, Camellia is offline because we got 4 cards in the graveyard already, 4 spells. But we can make Hayate, I guess. You can make Hayate, and because Rico is exactly 1500, you can do something nice, which is Hayate attack, send Ray, and then Ray comes back. It's really vulnerable to Bell, though. Wait, we use Rico's effect? Zeke's effect? Okay, well, I guess we're not doing that. Oh yeah, Camellia needs effect monsters, right? And Theseus is not an effect monster. We do make the Hayate, but I think it would have been significantly better to double the Rico with that, right? Like, why did we get the Rico out of there? Because the Rico is going to come back eventually. Hey, well, Hayate is going to send something. It sends Ray. Yeah, from my perspective, I think just crashing into the Rico was significantly better because we could have then used Ray to tag out into 0, and now we just have to go Shizuku Pass. We search linkage, so in the end phase we can linkage and summon out a 0. I mean I like this line too. I just think if we crash into the Rico in the long term, we might be better off. Try to bait Veiler. But why would you Veiler the Zeke banishing the Rico realistically? I mean, I get the idea behind that, but is that a realistic bait when your opponent is likely to never take it? Because why would they Veiler that? Bell is a good argument. So Bell is likely playing around Bell here, yeah. That's yeah. We have a second copy of Duelist Genesys. To add Cool Tune Synchro. Normal summon another copy of Rico. So we did have a pretty engine heavy hand for Cool Tune here. And if there is a ghost spell in hand here, that is still going to hurt a ton on this one, but there seems to not be one. Seems like the 0 is resolving, which is pretty big news here in the long term. Because even if I think Cool Tune, it's going to be very hard to stop Cool Tune from playing entirely here. But the 0 resolving, ooh, Called by the Grave on Rico? Is there a Rico in the graveyard even? There is no Rico in the graveyard. Why are we using Called by the Grave? I suppose we forgot that the Rico that was on the board previously was banished by Zeke. So maybe we thought it was there, but it wasn't there. So Rico gets destroyed, and now we don't have to worry about the face down anymore. So we get the search. So all we know about the hand for Cool Tune here is we know there's a Cool Tune Synchro, and we know there is a search we are resolving right now for Rico. That's going to be Rotary. So we have Rotary plus Cool Tune Synchro plus 2 other cards in hand. There is no Lemnis Gate in the graveyard. So that is... Oh, there is a Lemnis Gate in the graveyard, actually. So this could end up being a disruption. We reveal a second copies of Winter... Imagine they have 0 in the extra deck as well. So they just get rid of both. Ray is going to tag out... into Amatsu. Rotary summons itself. But Lemnis Gate into Azalea is not going to help here. Because there is Cool Tune Synchro. Cool Tune Synchro will be able to dodge the Azalea or Zeke. Because they do target. Seeing Reaper in an actual deck is weird. I mean, I think Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries does have like this kind of thing going for it where it's a card that is likely to age pretty well compared to some other cards. You know, like how a lot of modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks play a lot better into cards like Impermanence or Veiler or Ash Blossom these days. I think there's always a chance for Ghost Reaper to just show up and be really good in a matchup. Even in like, I don't know, 5 years from now. Like that card is also, I think Reaper was printed or came out originally in 2017. And there's still like often a niche for it. Like every format you ask yourself like, hey, is this maybe the time for it? It's an interesting card in that way, that like, because the extra deck is always going to be relevant, I suppose. But for like most likely it's going to be relevant for a long time, so there's always a chance. So we look at the card in hand, we know it's Engage, we get Cool Tune Synchro. If a new summoning mechanic comes out, Reaper would be good. I mean, yeah, that's also something that could happen. Yeah, if they ever make a new summoning mechanic, which we don't know, if they want to do another one ever. But if that happens, then in the beginning, yeah, there might not be many good cards from it, and then your Reaper could work. Do you think they'll ever bring back pendulum zones? I think no. I mean, I think the way that pendulums work now is like fine ruling wise. I don't think there's a need to change it. I actually think the introduction of the pendulum, like the way it works now with the scales, the pendulum zones, I think is good because it simplifies the layout of the board. I think it's completely fine that like your left and rightmost spell and trap zone just can be a pendulum zone. I think that's fine. I don't think you want to change the entire layout of the board that way, because it also just doesn't really tend to matter, right? Because I mean, most pendulum decks don't need the 2 zones plus 4 spell trap zones. I think it's fine. Also, yes, there is a couple of cards that don't actually work if they removed the way it works now, like Valence, right? Valence, I think, needs it to be like this. Did he react yet? React to what? The Grandmaster stuff we're gonna do after the Challenger Cup. But we are gonna talk about it today, yes. Genesys, that too. I have a tab open for that later on as well. Okay, so RS onto the engage. That's gonna stop the engage from resolving. 1 card left in hand for Bell. And that is a second copy of Engage. Okay. And it's resolving. We're still in this. Searching Ray. Now remember, no Kagari is available. That's really gonna hurt in the long run. Droll and Lockbird is also not gonna help our case here. That's not gonna make things better. But they do have to chain the Cool Tune Synchro now, at least. They can't hold it for later. It's actually, you know, if Sky Striker has like a loaded graveyard already, usually like getting drolled isn't the end of the world. Because you can still go like 0, add from graveyard or something like that. Like, that's fine. There is a Zalen now, which could make things difficult. Here is Ray, level 5. Not that it matters. Yeah, no Kagari is rough, especially under Droll. That would have been a nice way to add more cards. Oh, is that a Typhon angle? Okay, we go for Typhon. We go for Typhon. I wonder why we're not... Do we have no more zeros left? I see 1 0 in the grave. There's only 1 0 being used. There's no way we're out of zeros. We have more zeros. But I guess 0... No, I don't see why we don't go for 0, actually. Because even if you go 0, activate effect, let's say they chain Valor and then they can chain Zalen to destroy the 0, you could still bring back Ray from the grave and make Typhon anyways. But then you would also get rid of the Valor in hand. I feel like going for 0 there was good. And I love watching Sky Striker games because there's always so much to do. Droplet sending Typhon to negate Q. So we are on no cards in hand now for Sky Striker. We need the top deck. No guaranteed follow-up. even if Cool Tune... I mean, Cool Tune has the field spell, right? So we are guaranteed to play here. Do we have... Unless we're out of Mix and Rico. No. Okay. First win to Cool Tune. I feel like there was a lot of interesting points in this game where Sky Striker maybe could have gained a little bit of an edge there, because I feel like 1 or 2 extra cards in the end there, in the long run, could have made a huge difference. But that was a fun game to watch, and that was only game 1. Cherries definitely did a lot in the long term there. I mean, if we had access to Kagari, that was a very different game. For sure, yeah. All right, make that Kagari quick before it gets cherried, I guess. Now, once we have one in the graveyard, we can put it back with Lemnis Gate later, so it's now safe. It's now safe from cherries. Not the greatest start, though. Just the Hornet Drones. It does work. How long is the Challenger Cup? So, we have a total of 6 rounds of Swiss today. And this is actually a 2-day event. So we're going to have 6 rounds of Swiss today and then top 32 tomorrow. Oh, we have Called by the Grave on that Effect Veiler. That is good. That is going to be an additional spell in the graveyard, and we're resolving 0 here. We're getting Engage. We only have 2 spells in the grave yet. I mean, still having access to Engage is better than not having access to Engage. Do we have a way to get a 3rd spell in there before we activate it? No. It gets ashed anyways. I guess that's fine. I mean, it was just going to search a card, not draw a card anyway. So we're just trading 1 for 1 here. It's not the end of the world. Okay. Engage. Gets negated. Set 1. And pass. Not the greatest opener for Sky Striker, but Cool Tune did also use 2 cards from their hand. So 4 cards left. Let's see what we're working with. Rotary, Reveal. Mix. Okay, could be better, could be worse. Not a bad start. Having access to Rotary right away is good. Gonna help us push through that 0 pop. Activate Mix's effect. Do we have a Widow Anchor to take away? Like, Widow Anchor is a great card against Cool Tune if they don't have Cool Tune Synchro to dodge it, because you take away the effect and the body to Synchro, which is massive a lot of the time. And if that Mix resolves, they will have access to Q, which is pretty important for them. They would still have another normal summon, yeah, which is still good, no matter what. Rotary in hand feels incredible. Rotary in hand makes a deck that is otherwise pretty weak to removal surprisingly strong into boards going second sometimes, because all of your normal summons create additional cards upon summon, whether it's searching or special summoning. All of a sudden, just like having a way to get a free extra normal summon without even losing a card just Yeah, it does really make the deck feel like so much more resilient to removal than it usually is. We have an Ash Blossom in hand. We wait. Oh, that's an interesting line. I see. Okay, we Ash the Q here on summon. We wait for the second monster to the board. Now Super Poly is active. That is a massive Super Poly, I'll tell you that much. That is really good. We're taking away the normal summon and the extra normal summon in one interaction. The only thing is, Sky Striker itself is really low on cards now. If they have Ash or Bell for this 0 tag out, they are out of engine, and they're stuck with a Theseus in the main monster zone as well. So if there's a way to stop this 0, I think Cool Tune is still in a winning position here, actually. Like a Bell or an Ash or a well-timed Called by the Grave. I assume they don't have Called by because they could have Called by the Ash Blossom if they cared about it earlier. But I don't think Cool Tune can make anything happen here. 0 tags out. Do we have a way to stop it? There's a toggle. There is a toggle. I mean, if you're thinking this hard about it, sure, you've got to have something. I mean, but why are we thinking about it for so long? Do we have like multiple ways to negate it and we're thinking about which one to use? Like Ash and Bell or something? Because surely if you only have one, you just do it. Uba or Maxi? It could be a Molcharmy or Maxi, and we're thinking about like, do we use it now or is it better next turn? That's a fair point. It's resolving, so we clearly don't have Ash or Bell. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it was a Molcharmy. But I think that's some... I mean, you probably had to use that Charmy here, realistically. Because next turn, if you use it on an open game state, it's not likely to get you more cards. It was... Oh, it's just the cherries again. Okay, that's funny. That is very funny. And also, yeah, that was the card drawn for turn. That could have been massive if they had it one card earlier. Because remember, they started with Hornet drones. Getting cherried on the Kagari would have legit ended the turn. We're summoning Hayate here, which is very interesting because you can Shizuku. This is something that not everyone is gonna remember from back in the day because it's rarely relevant these days. Shizuku works in both players' end phases. If you summon a Shizuku on your opponent's turn, you can search in the end phase before it goes over to your turn. So I think a Shizuku here was actually quite neat. They still make it with the Lemniscate here, but I don't see a reason why we needed to use the Lemniscate on that. We get a linkage here, and that's going to give us a lot of cards for the follow-up turn here. We are out of Kagaris for now, so no easy way to just add Engage back from the graveyard right now, but we can just make 0. The question is, like, the Theseus is kind of in the way here. We can make a Link 2 with it, and then link, like, you can make Zeke or no, not Camellia, but you can make Zeke. I don't think does Zeke need effect monsters? No, right? Zeke is any 2, yeah. So you can make Zeke here and then go into 0, and then you have an open main monster zone, so that works. Cherries feels like a waste of a hand trap even in this matchup. I mean, if you weren't around for game 1 of this match, it was really good in game 1. It's just a matter of they drew it late. They drew it for turn, going second. So one Kagari has already been used. And even still, it doesn't feel bad here. Okay, nothing to stop the 0 from adding Engage back. Engage is going to search Widow Anchor, draw a card. 4 cards in hand for Sky Striker now. Drew another Engage off of that Engage like a good Sky Striker duelist would. I am proud. Searching a second copy of Lemniscate. Draw. Battle phase, 2000 attack with the 0. We have a linkage in hand, but I don't think that's game because there's no more Kagaris anywhere. So we're just gonna set and pass. Resets, 4 sets, pass, and now Cool Tune with 3 cards in hand. Unlikely to be able to break this board, but let's see. But I do think that is probably gonna get us into a 3rd game here at some point. We do still have about 20 minutes left, so that's fine. We draw an infinite impermanence off the top for the 0, but that's fine, I guess. I wonder what targets they play for cherries. I mean, hey, I think one of the neat things about cherries in Cool Tune is that worst case, like absolute worst case, if you have nothing for the matchup, it still is a tuner that you can synchro with from hand. Like, it still turns your track maker into a Zaylin at any point, pretty much, which is kind of neat for the matchups where you don't have a target. But yeah, I mean, Rotary, last card in hand, that's not going to be good enough. And that is indeed going to be the equalizer here in round number 2. Bell takes down Cool Tune here with Sky Striker in the 2nd game. And we are hopping into a game number 3 between Cool Tune and Sky Striker. This time, Cool Tune is going to be going first, likely. I mean, they get to choose, so I would assume that they are going to go first. For the first time in this match, actually, because they did go second in game 1 and game 2. So let's see how this goes. Now, Sky Striker typically considered to be a pretty solid deck against Cool Tune at breaking their board, but let's see if that's going to work out in practice here. All right, we start with Q. That is our best normal summon. It gets hit with Ash Blossom. Ash Blossom stops the Q in its tracks. We do have Talons to follow that up, though. Do we draw? No, we can afford to look at the hand. Oh, no! Come on, that is like... what do you mean? Wait, but this means something very, very unusual is going to happen next turn, and it's actually guaranteed to happen next turn, which is that a Pot of Desires is not going to draw another Pot of Desires, which is unheard of. That's unheard of in the history of playing Pot of Desires ever. This might actually be the best case scenario, because now you can't draw Desires into Desires. I mean, realistically though, this is probably the worst thing that can happen to you against Cool Tune in particular. Having 3 of the same card essentially makes it so this 3-card hand is a 1-card hand. And yeah, I mean, it's gonna be an easy task for Cool Tune here to figure this one out. We're just gonna look at them for confirmation with Rotary. Rotary's like, wait, did you really draw triple Pot of Desires? Yup, sure did. Called by and Super Poly are the next 2 cards, so as long as we can stop Pot of Desires, there is no play in the Sky Striker hand. We're banishing Called by the Grave. We're letting them draw a Super Polymerization, which is something we can play around. We have full control over it. We tribute the Track Maker. And all you need is literally RS. All you need is literally RS. Just summon RS, negate Pot of Desires, the game is yours. But I mean, realistically, in this particular instance, I don't even think the knowledge of the hand is that important. I mean, it's funny that you get to just see that, but realistically, if you drop 3 Pot of Desires going second, you're likely to lose the matchup, no matter what it is. But yeah, unfortunately, I mean, the Triple Tactics Talons was also just adding insult to injury there. Like, even worse, getting taken the reinforcement of the army out of the hand. So we go Remix, draw, Super Polymerization. That has to be the funniest rotary I've seen so far. I mean, I guess it wasn't even rotary, it was Talents looking at the hand first. Talents look at 3 potted desires is crazy. This is why Radiant Typhoon Engine is better than Desires. You guys are so good at using the most random situations to just justify a point, which is absolutely not true. Oh yeah, the reason why Radiant Typhoon cards are better than Potted Desires is because when you draw 3 Potted Desires against Cool Tune going second, it's actually like as if this was winning if they had 3 of the same Radiant Typhoon card. Like they had like triple chant, you'd be like, yeah, that'd be so much better right now. I'd be so happy if I had triple Radiant Typhoon chant. Actually, that I'd be so winning right now. Against RS with 5 cards in hand, I'd be winning with 3 chants. Actually. Alright, set 2, try to end main phase. One of these is a super poly. The other one is a Pot of Desires. So if we hit the super poly here, the game ends immediately. If we don't hit the super poly, then we still have to play around it a little bit. We do hit the super poly. Alright. Well, and that's gonna be the game. I mean, look, we saw a very interesting back and forth game 1. We saw an interesting back and forth game 2. The hand in game 3 was a little unfortunate for Bell there, so what are you gonna do? Triple Pot of Desires, not the greatest thing after your hand gets taken apart by Triple Tactics Talents as well. So pretty rough one for Bell in that one, but game 1 and game 2 were really fun and awesome to see. And I mean, look, spectating that third match was pretty fun. I just didn't want to. I wouldn't want to be in that seat with the triple potted desires in hand. Okay, let's see. We have other games going on still. There is about 10 minutes left in the round, so we can probably jump into. Oh, Lampy's here. Okay, let's see what Lampy's cooking. I'm assuming this is game 3 because, like I said, there's only 10 minutes left. I mean, to be fair, I've seen Lampy's pace of play sometimes, so this could be game 1. Oh, engage! Shifter! That's a Lampy card. Chain linkage. Wait, is Lampy... Lampy might be rocking Exo Sisters. I feel like that's a Lampy deck. I feel like I remember Lampy playing Exo Sister at some point. It's been a while, but maybe with the new support. I mean, this feels like an Exo Sister game. I'll tell you that much. Okay, no, never mind. Never mind. Primite Lordly Load. That's not an Exo Sister card, Lampy. Lampy. What are you doing, Lampy? Uh-oh. Necro Valley? Okay, dude. I mean, but man going second is not in a great spot here against Sky Striker, I feel like. I think Sky Striker should be able to outgrind this from this situation. Kagari tried to add back engage, negated by a Necro Valley. Okay, well, you have to take care of that first. We just wasted that. We just wasted that, Kagari. Zero attacks over the Serpent, tries to tag out. We have Solemn Warning for that. Pretty good. That's pretty good. Main phase 2. Activate Cyanos. Special Rose. That makes Azalea. That's gonna start getting into those trap cards. Apophis comes out here, but is not negating anything. So they both get sent. We normal summon Ray. I wish we could go Kagari here. That'd be dope. But we can't because we did already under Necro Valley. Make Shizuku, end phase. Add Lemnis Gate to the hand. Activate the Lemnis Gate. Recycle some cards. Don't shuffle anything. Don't return anything though. Okay. And now we have Anubis in hand. We knew that was the last card in hand from last turn. Here's the man with the mark. Roland Lockbird. Okay, that's not great. But we do get to summon back the Anubis. We activate the Swamp Deity. We make a Link Spider. Is this set up for what? SP Little Knight? Or a Silhouette Rabbit? It is SP Little Knight. Attempting to banish a face down. They chain Widow Anchor. We can dodge that. But then the Ray would come back. So we do allow the negation. And the... No take. Activate Linkage. Summon Zero. Zero Tribute. Summon Ray. Summon Rose. Destroy the last face down. It's not looking good for Lampy Yugioh. Now, we are watching two people who won the first round right here. So Lampy is currently sitting at a 1-0 record with the man deck. However, in this round, looking like gonna go down to the Sky Strikers if this is game 3. Oh, here, look, this is why the Radiant Typhoon cards are better than Bought Desires confirmed. This is not game yet. Deke is going to banish the Swen, so we have an open extra monster zone. SP returns the Ray anyways, though. Here's Ether Barrel off the top. Lordly Load. This, wait, there's no way you're turning this around. The Sky Striker play last turn definitely was a little suboptimal. There's definitely a world where this is able to turn it around. Bring back Ray in attack mode because we're feeling like it. 6 cards left in the extra. There's no, you're out of extra deck. Labradorite, Widow Anchor, take Ether Barrel, Drill Beam it now because that's just a free Drill Beam. You allow them to activate the drill. They even reset it for free. Oh, wow. How did this happen? Well, I mean, I spoke too soon. I've been proven wrong. Lampy moves on with a 2-0 victory, I suppose. With... okay. Thanks for watching my show. Dude, how did you do that? How did you... My God. Well... I mean, yeah. Yeah. The Necro Valley mattered. There was a lot of small things in this game. A lot of, let's call them inaccuracies by the Sky Striker deck. That all added up together to a situation that should probably not have been winnable. But... apparently was winnable. So yeah, here we are. I mean, and that's sometimes what Yu-Gi-Oh is about. Sometimes you just need to play, even if you're in a winning position, even if your deck has a good matchup like Sky Striker does versus the Odeon deck, you still need to do it properly. And I feel like that this is also something I will say, I consider this to be one of my weaknesses when I play this game as well. I think I have a tendency of, when I think a game is already won and I feel like oh, this game's over, I won, and then you start playing a little sloppy. That happens to me sometimes. So I feel like that's what happened here. But yeah, it's just another lesson to be learned as a Yu-Gi-Oh player. All right, well, that was interesting. Didn't expect that one, to be fair, but Lampy moves on with a 2-0 record in the tournament. 4 more rounds to go for day number 1. We only have very few minutes left for round number 2, so we're gonna jump into a break before round number 3. I hope you guys enjoy the show so far. We will be back in a couple minutes for the next round. All right, and we are back. Players have assembled for round number 3. It is about to begin in less than a minute, so we are going to spectate. I'm still thinking if we're gonna jump into table 2 or table 3. Both of those matches are players that are undefeated at the moment, so 2-0 so far, on the right track to make it into the top 32 that we are going to see tomorrow. Let me just check real quick. They should be beginning right about now is when we should start our round number 3. But yeah, never noticed how pretty Saji is. I was thinking the same thing when I saw this season's game mat for the first time. I feel like Saji, you never really look at Saji in much detail because it just like hits the field for a split second when you activate Habakiri. But it does look really nice on the playmat. I must say, I do like this season's Mitsurugi playmat for the Challenger Cups. It's pretty cool, I think. But yeah. All right, well, just because they started first before the other table, we're gonna jump into Hugelion versus Hipster here on table number 2. Like I said, both players currently sitting at a 2-0 record, if I'm not mistaken. I did check the standings before the round started. So both of these players haven't lost a match so far. Hugelion is going to go first in this one. We have 40 versus 40. And we see Magnet Warriors for the first time in the day here with a Beta, the Electromagnetic Warrior. Interesting. Okay. Going to search for a Sigma minus, which you can reveal in your hand to perform a fusion summon. That's what we are going to do. I want to say the more popular version of Magnet Warriors in Master Duel is probably the one with the like the Adamancipator cards, Koakimeru Guardian, Block Dragon stuff. Over the, like in the TCG, the more common version was the Fiendsmith Magnet Warriors. But I guess we're gonna have to see what Hugelion is rocking with here. We do see an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring here, saving it for the Magnet Bonding, trying to deny access to the, I'm not going to try to say its name properly, but you know, the conduction, linear, plus, minus, everything. Researcher being summoned here because we control a rock type, trying to fish for a nice one in the top 5 of the deck. We do, oh, that, I mean, yeah, that's barrier statue of the drought is there as an option, I suppose. But we are actually going to prefer Epsilon, which was the last reveal here. We're going to go for Epsilon to send. That's going to be a rank 4 access. We can make Block Dragon with that because we can send the Sigma Plus from the deck, then revive one of the other 2 from the graveyard, and then Sigma Plus can also revive one if we want to. And this lets you send the Telusion from deck to graveyard as well. So we're going to bring back the Beta from the graveyard, just another body. That is also a level 3 Earth next to a level 2 Earth Tuner, so you know what that could mean. But first, Sigma Minus is going to send access to the Telusion. Next step, likely going to be a Gallant Granite. Going to access, more than likely, a copy of Block Dragon, if we are allowed to. There is something going on the other side, though. What is it? What are we working with here? I mean, a Nibiru would have been kind of like an obvious thing to go for, but no, it is a Canine Lupus. That alone does not feel very impactful. Do we have an Azuna next to it? No. Well, I mean, maybe, but we're not going to find out because there's a Super Poly chained as well. So that's going to banish that Lupus. We've got all the answers here on the side of the Magnet Warriors. We had Droll Lockbird too. Yeah, that was our discard here. We're going to Super Poly the Lupus with the fusion monster into Flux Oxenfeld because that was a level 5 or higher Earth monster. So we actually just turned that into a free extender here, bringing back the Conduction Warrior. Now the Gallant Granite is going to activate and able to search that Block Dragon. You're not going to stop me from getting access to my Block Dragon, is what they say. All right, here's the Block Dragon. And that is bad news for presumably our Vanquish Soul Canine Duelist at the top here. I mean, I don't know, but I think that is by far the most popular canine deck at the moment, so it's likely to be that. Oh, here's Naturia Beast. Oh well. Hope you don't have a lot of spell cards in hand. I mean, Vanquish Soul could deal with a Naturia Beast. I honestly think the problem is going to be the rest of the board. Most likely, the rest of the board is going to be an issue. Okay, Sprite Elf makes the Naturia Beast untargetable. That's pleasant. Now we're going to search for another copy of Researcher, a Cartharin, and a Barrier Statue of the Drought. Banish 3 to bring back Block Dragon once more. Did have to banish one from the hand for this, but I mean, hardly a problem when you search 3. Here's Delusion. Now we activate Cartharin. We're going to summon out the Barrier Statue as an additional normal summon. Here it is. And that's our end board. Okay, we are... Well, I mean, let's see. There's ways to beat this potentially. Raisin actually doesn't do too bad into this board. I mean, this pops it though. What could we have? I mean, we cannot use Jokul because of the barrier statue. We could special Holisu if we drew it now. Yeah, Raisin, search Holisu. There's maybe a world where that can make something happen. Right? The problem with Holisu Take Control is that you're taking barrier statue, which you likely can't do much with, so you'd have to like just crash it. They're thinking about it, so it seems like they have some options. Because sure, if you have no options, then surely you're just like, you know, going next game. But yeah, no spells and no special summons other than earth monsters are pretty harsh restrictions to be operating under. But I think Vanquish Soul can do something here if they have the right cards. Okay, here's Raisin. That's a good one. Like I said, they can use the Delusion here to destroy it, but they actually let it go through. And that, am I missing something? That can just attack the barrier statue, right? There's nothing that stops that from happening. Because Block Dragon is protection from card effects, but not battle. So Naturia Beast only stops spells. This is a wait, oh no, this is a quick effect bounce. Yeah, they can bounce it with the flux. Dude, this card is really phenomenal. I think it's kind of, I mean, I guess people who played this deck do understand this, so I'm not sure if it's really underestimated. I'm not sure if that's the right way to say it. But there's a lot of flashy cards in this deck, like Block Dragon and the new linear Conduction Warrior and like all the Adamantipator stuff and Naturia Beast and Barrier Statue. Lots of flashy things in this deck, but this card does so much for the deck as well, I feel like. So here we're gonna return itself plus the Raisin. That's gonna stop the barrier statue of the Drought from getting destroyed by battle. We are gonna chain the effect of Raisin here to try and destroy the Naturia Beast in the same column. We did add that Jiaolong. We are gonna use this to stop the Raisin from destroying anything. It's not even gonna go back to the hand now. It's actually just gonna hit the graveyard. So Flux is gonna return just itself. Main phase 2 now essentially gonna be forced, but we don't have a way to keep going there. Holisu is like the only way to salvage the situation, because if you had Holisu there, we did see Fire Dark in hand. So maybe that could have done something. But okay, well, not able to break this board. I mean, it is a pretty tough one to break, so not really, I wasn't really expecting it to happen, but honestly, Raisin with a solid hand could have done it. But yeah, that was a tough one. Okay, well, let's see what we got. We now have Vanquish Soul going first. How are we starting things off? We did see what? We saw Super Polymerization, not the greatest card against Vanquish Soul, but we did also see Drolan Lockbird, and that would hurt here if we resolve the Mad Love for the field spell. There's the field spell. Is there a response? No, Drolan Lockbird. We are allowed to keep searching. Will you be playing any Duel Links in the upcoming weeks to prepare? Probably, yeah. Probably at some point we're gonna have like a preparation stream or two. I have to work it out, but my focus is gonna be on the German National Championships first. But after that, there's still going to be like 2 weeks to prepare for that. So yeah, it's gonna happen at some point. All right, it looks like, I mean, the Magnet Warrior deck, I think, is relatively light on non-engine most of the time, right? We saw Super Poly, We saw Droll Lockbird. Likely there's Ash Blossoms in there as well because the deck is pretty tough into Molcharmies. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're just going to see a completely uninterrupted combo turn here from Vanquish Soul. And then it's just going to be a matter of, can the Magnet Warrior deck break it? From what we've seen, I think the Super Polymerization, usually not the greatest card against Vanquish Soul, depending on how they structure their board. I mean, if they decide to end on the Masquerade, then I guess you could Super Poly that plus Rock, because that is both are darks. But if we don't make that, then I think it's gonna be somewhat hard to resolve that Super Polymerization. Oh, we're gonna go for a Borger draw. I like that. I like drawing cards. You guys know me. Reveal Dimension Shifter. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's still live. That is still live, and that is going to be a huge problem. Here it is. Activate Dimension Shifter. Magnet Warriors cannot do much under Dimension Shifter. And I think that means, yeah, Vanquish Soul doesn't even have to do anything fancy here. Doesn't even have to risk like a Nibiru, because Nibiru could be in the Magnet Warrior deck, right? Because it's a rock monster. They might play it to search it with Granite sometimes. But like under Dimension Shifter, you're not even going to have to play into that. You're just passing the turn. And I mean, you can't do anything with Block Dragon. You do have Super Poly here. We did draw it. Molcharmy Fualos off the top there, likely. Unfortunate. An unfortunate turn of events. We are fusing into Flux Oxenfeld because this is a rock type monster and this is a level 5 or higher Earth. That's crazy. I did not see that one coming, I suppose. I didn't consider that, but yeah, that's absolutely possible. This is the rock of the Vanquisher is indeed a rock. Dude, imagine if we had this summons from hand or grave, but if Shifter wasn't active, we could have just discarded this beta to the graveyard and then revived it with the Flux. That would have been such a good Super Poly. It still is a good Super Poly, but if we weren't under Shifter, this would have gone incredibly hard, actually. I didn't consider the possibility to combine those two into the Flux. That's actually an engine card that you can Super Poly into. That's when Super Poly feels like the most powerful, is when you can actually make a card that advances your own game state. It's not just removal, but you just summon something that your deck wants to summon. Oh, we have Ash Blossom in hand, though. Not great. Not a great thing to be looking at an Ash Blossom when they go Jiaolong to resolve a search. That means they generate a lot of card advantage here. And we have Ash on top to deal with. And Shifter is active. This is still not looking good for the Magnet Warriors. Looking a little bit better than just a moment ago, but still not great. Gonna try to perform a fusion summon. Chaining Vanquish Soul's Snow Devil here. Reveal Hollysu, reveal Raisin, and reveal Madlove. That's going to be all three attributes. So we are going to wipe the Flux and the Beta off the field, forcing Magnet Warrior to use monsters from the hand as material when they fuse. However, we can return the Beta to the hand here. That way it doesn't get destroyed. That's neat. I wonder why we didn't wait with the trap until the monster has actually hit the field so we can get rid of the monster as well that's being summoned. So, some damage being inflicted here. Madlove being summoned. That's going to be potentially an interruption at some point. Then we're going to fuse those two into the Conduction Warrior. Now, the unfortunate thing for Vanquish Soul here is that the Conduction Warrior has a lot of defense points. And the Madlove bounces the monster with the lowest defense, so we're not actually threatening anything here. Ooh, we do have Magnet Bonding anyways in hand. We ashed the fusion monster, but Magnet bonding still available to add. We're gonna add Omega Plus. Not sure how much that does here. I mean, you can destroy a rock to special summon it. But it's just gonna be our normal summon here. And now what? I feel like it's just not threatening under Shifter. No matter what we do here, it feels like there's just no real payoff without the graveyard for Magnet Warriors. You can't use your linear conduction magnet. We can link, okay, linking into SP Little Knight. Heavy Borger is the target for the SP. Which is just gonna, yeah, the Madlove is just gonna return it. Reveal Lantern and Holly Sue to return that Borger to the hand, save it from the SP, and I mean, under the Shifter, yep, we are gonna see the Equalizer here. I mean, so far, it's been a match of the player going second, having a really tough time so far, because in the first game, we saw Magnet Warrior set up Naturia Beast plus a Barrier Statue. And in game 2, we saw Vanquish Soul with a good start plus Dimension Shifter. So far, it's been rough for the player going second. Let's see if game 3 is going to see a different outcome. Any Sky Strikers? There's been a decent amount of Sky Strikers today, yeah. We've seen a bunch in the previous rounds already. We'll see how they do in the end. Well, it is Magnet's time to go first again. We start things off with the Molcharmi for Wallows, just in case there is an Azuna or something like that. Magnet bonding in the main phase is going to try and add the Conduction Warrior, but we are going to Ash that. And that does resolve. 3 cards in hand for Magnets. Can we make anything happen with that? Barrier Statue is the normal summon. Is that a good or a bad sign? I guess, yeah, end phase. End phase with the Barrier Statue. Uh-oh. Well, I mean, any normal summon here, even the K9s, like you can normal summon the K9s. Yeah, but there's Madlove. This is not looking good for Magnets. Uh-oh. Yeah, nice Barrier Statue. Adding Vanquish Soul start with Madlove, and we can just attack over the Barrier Statue. And also, I mean, they don't even have the Molcharmi anymore that they did have on the first turn. They just discarded it. Just bounce the statue? I mean, you could, but I guess if you're trying to go for game here, you could just bounce the statue, yeah. But then you potentially open yourself up to the statue hitting the field again on a future turn. But looks like we're actually going to do that. We're going to return the statue. I mean, we have Jokul in hand, plus Olisu, plus Jiaolong. So, and here's Maxi. And that's what I mean. If this Maxi resolves, now we're in a little bit of an awkward spot, I feel like. Because we gave them back the Barrier Statue. We gave them back the Barrier Statue. And if we now push into the... Okay, we have Lupus as well. That's a lot of damage. I mean, this is just game with 1 special summon, isn't it? Jokul? Yeah. Okay, well, if we have all of these tools, then we're fine, I guess. Unless there's Nibiru. Because if you do summon Jokul now... That is 5 summons. right? Wait. Oh, wow, wait! Was that intended or not? I'm not sure, actually. Because the Lupus was now the monster with the lowest defense. The Lupus was the monster with the lowest defense all of a sudden. So it got banished. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I couldn't even tell you if that was intended or not, because this is actually not the worst outcome for Vanquish Soul. Because keeping the statue around means you can now just destroy it and potentially not give any draws into the Max C. And I do have Holly Sue in hand. Because if you go Jokul now, reveal Jiaolong, this is not 8,000 damage. So you'd have to give more draws to go for a game. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Okay. The problem is, like, it feels so scary to pass the turn over to Magnet Warriors, because one card can really do a lot in that dex. Okay, we are gonna give a draw. We are going to give a draw for the Max C here. This is going to be 7,400 damage on the board. We're gonna have to do one more. I guess you could just make Ripper. Uh-oh. Izuna, one more draw. If there's no Nibiru, this is game. But if there is Nibiru... Okay, there's no Nibiru. Oh, God. Okay, well... That's what you get for playing barrier statues, I suppose. Drew barrier statue as your only normal summon, and that was all there was to it. And Vanquish Soul had no problem beating over that. So Vanquish Soul takes down the Magnet Warriors in this round. Yeah, all right. Barrier statue pass was not good enough for this one. All right, let's see what we have over here. Rixia versus Bodhi rank 1. Let's jump into it. We have currently about 20 minutes left in the round. I'm not sure exactly what the score is between these two players, because we are in the middle of the round. We're joining the game right in the middle of when it's happening. Could be game 3, because we are like over 20 minutes into the round already. We'll see. We see Cool Tune Rotary here. It's been a while since we've seen Cool Tune, actually. Rotary with Bell is going to be the start here. We are going to make a Track Maker with those two. Rotary Chainlink 1, Track Maker Chainlink 2 gets hit with an Infinite Impermanence, so denying the search of the Cool Tune card there. Rotary is still going to reveal the hand, and it's so quick when you watch the replay. I saw a Droll and Lockbird, and there it is. I think it was a Cool Tune deck on the other side as well. Normal summon Q. There was an effect Veiler as well. Okay, not bad. I think I saw a mix. Do you guys think... Okay, here's the question. Would you guys be more okay with Rotary's effect if it only revealed the hand for this long, like it does when you watch a replay? Because it's really hard to remember. It's actually... I feel like it's actually kind of skill testing if you only get to look at it for this, like, short. Because it feels really hard to remember. Okay, Zaylan pass. Gonna Veiler the mix. Tribute the mix for the field spell. Add Q. There's Droll. Okay. But extra normal summon Q. Rico. Add back mix. This is not the worst spot I've ever seen. Because the Zaylan is gonna have a hard time negating anything here. Unfortunately, you can't really do both effects. We're just doing top deck manipulation We're banishing Mix and giving them an Ash Blossom next turn. We attack over the Zaylin. So the card being drawn is Ash. Why did we max C? We max C'd because it was, okay, it was normal summon. It's actually an interesting question. It was normal summon Mix, activate the effect. They chained effect Baylor. What would have happened if we didn't activate max C was they would have chained Zaylin to also destroy the Mix. Not just negate it, but also destroy it. By chaining max C, you stop the Zaylin from reaching the Cool Tune Mix, because now the Cool Tune Mix is too far away from the Zaylin in terms of the chain links. That way you get to keep the body of the Mix, which you need to tribute for the field spell. Because max C is not a tuner, and you have to tribute a tuner for the field spell. This is one of those instances where Zaylin is actually, like, it is significantly worse than just a straight up Omni Negation monster. In situations like this, there's a lot more counterplay to it by any quick effect. It was a pretty good max seed that in that sense. That only works if you're turn player. No. Anything. It always works like this with Zaylin, pretty much. Okay, we have RS, and they have Ash and another card. They just pass. Because Iphone was also not an option. The big RS too. Extra normal summon Q, and honestly, I think that's it. You can Ash this, but they contribute it for the field spell. Yep. And that, I think, was an interesting one for Rixia. Interesting win for this round. Okay, we have over 15 minutes left in the round, so let's check out another match here against Hee here. Let's see if we can check the score. Maybe there's a win here, and Pierre has a win, so they are in game 3 as well. Let's see who's gonna take it. All right, Pierre's gonna go first. Cool Tune Synchro in the draw phase to play around Droll Lockbird. We add Cool Tune Rotary. Main phase, activate Rotary, reveal Rico, normal summon Rico. Do not activate the effect. Once again, respecting Droll Lockbird with Cool Tune is a very key component of how to play the deck if you have multiple engine cards. I do like going into the track maker with Rotary before any other searches. That way you can get your double search off here. Dude, it throws me off every time. I could grasp that there was Magnet Warrior involved in the other side. But that's all I got. I saw some Magnet Warriors, but I can't tell you more. You gotta pause. I think it's actually kind of fun this way. Banish talents, leave the beta on top. Summon Rico by tributing Ash, add back Mix. Make Zaylin. Normal summon Koakimeru Guardian sent to... This is a good hand for... This is a good hand for Magnet Warriors, I feel like. We do get an Ash Blossom here. Bring back Rico. We do make RS here, probably. Yep, there's RS. You bring back the Epsilon. Epsilon sends Omega Plus. Mix is going to try to destroy the Koakimeru Guardian. That is going to succeed. Level manipulation against Magnet Warriors can actually matter because we cannot make Gallant Granite here at the moment. Imagine they make Ripper now with the 2 level 5s they're about to have. I'd lose my mind. Gonna try to gain some attack points here on the Magnet Warrior. Tribute this to threaten to flip something face down. Target RS. We just chain the RS, negating the attack boost, I suppose, from the Magnet Warrior. So one thing we could actually see is if they have another copy of Beta, they could have summoned it and it would have been level 4. But now we do have 2 level 4s again because the RS is flipped face down. The Magnet Warrior is not going to gain the attack points though, so I think the plan was to attack over Zaylin with that. We can't do that right now. So Zaylin is still here. We do attempt a rank 4. And that's going to be the Gallant Granite. We Effect Veiler on Summon. We do not want them to have a way to dodge it, I guess, like Droplet, which we would know about. But I didn't see the hand properly enough when it was revealed for like a split second earlier. So maybe there is something like that. But the Effect Veiler does resolve. Gallant Granite is negated. Oh, they have magnet bonding already. Okay. Here's SP Little Knight. Target JJ Cool Tune. How much defense is RS? I think it's bigger than SP, right? Or can they just attack over it? I think RS has over 2000 defense. But SP is a really good card to have against Zaylin. Because whenever you do anything and they want to negate it with Zaylin, they have to chain to it. And then you just chain SP and then Zaylin can't negate whatever they are trying to negate. So we can banish this JJ Cool Tune, which honestly, JJ Cool Tune might be the most underrated Cool Tune card I've noticed from my testing with the deck, because I feel like the fact that it provides guaranteed follow-up turn after turn after turn is really underestimated. I mean, it's of course, I get it. It's like the one Cool Tune card that's not really a one card starter and it requires a lot of investment. And it's like in terms of, yeah, it doesn't generate card advantage, but having 2 normal summons every turn with Rotary, sometimes 3, plus the ability to like always tribute any tuner to get a guaranteed follow-up is really good. Okay, we're using a bunch of interruptions here. JJ, Cool Tune Synchro is going to resolve. We're going to search with that. I believe there is still a Magnet Bonding in hand for Magnet Warriors, which could still make something happen. We search for a Cool Tune Q. SP gets negated and destroyed by Zaylin. Flip summons and synchros into... That's got to be Crackle, right? Yeah, Q plus Clip is just Crackle. That's gonna... Ooh, maybe take a Fusion out of the extra deck. JJ Cool Tune is banished, though. Activate Q, look at the top deck. Potentially a lot of interesting one-ups to hit in the Magnet Warrior matchup. Clip and Crackle are now attacking the extra deck, but we can just chain the Magnet Bonding as it is a quick play spell to summon the Fusion monster here before it gets potentially taken out of the extra deck. Gonna put Gallant Granite into the deck. Here's Flux. This feels playable. We lose, what was that, Baron? We lose Baron the Fleur for the clip, so that's gone forever. And now Crackle is temporarily going to banish. Also, we are approaching the end of the round. I mean, it's not super close yet, but we have less than 9 minutes remaining in the round. And looking at the game state, there's a world where this game gets pretty grindy from here on out. So they have to keep that in mind. 8.5 minutes to be precise right now. So Crackle takes away the other fusion monster until the end of the turn. We can't make it. Now Flux is going to activate and revive. You can still bring this back and search with it. I'm not sure how much that does. This brings back any rock. Any rock from hand or grave. Special summon from hand the Magnet Warrior Sigma minus. That's going to give us access to Telusion. Telusion is 2,500 though, right? So Zaylin is still kind of like the biggest thing around. Ooh, we have Ash as the last card in hand for Sigma minus, preventing access to the Telusion. That is potentially pretty big. I'm not sure what kind of link monsters they can even make here. They've already made SP Little Knight. Gonna use the Flux here. That can out the Zaylin or the Crackle. Okay, that's convenient. I mean, we can just attack over. You can attack over the RS. And that leaves Cool Tune for now with nothing. If they don't top deck, right? Unless I'm missing something. If they don't top deck right now, all they have is a Lonely Crackle on the field. And that on its own does nothing. Also, Flux still has the bounce on both turns, right? So we can still bounce with the Flux if they draw something that isn't the greatest. Like, let's say they draw... Actually, no, as long as they draw Engine here, I think it's good for them. Let's see, did we draw a Cool Tune Engine card? Or did we not? Because I do think Magnet Warrior in the long run, I think Magnet Warrior is pretty good here. Because we can next turn, we have a guaranteed play with this card. We drew Molcharmi Fualos. That is so unfortunate. That's like the worst thing to draw. That's not even a tuner. Bounce, and now all there's left to do is they can make Typhon and swing. They can make Typhon and swing. But I mean, yeah, okay, we're ahead in life points, I guess. There's currently 5 minutes left though. 5 minutes. I don't think, I mean, they have 0 interruptions, nothing. So 5 minutes, they should be able to do damage as long as they can play. Let's see. Oh, yeah, they can play. Okay, here's the Conduction Warrior. I mean, actually, they don't have this in the deck anymore, so it's not the biggest deal. But now Sigma minus is going to act. Yeah, this definitely plays. Because nothing, also none of the fusions they want to make is over 3,000. So they're pretty free to do whatever they want to here. They can go Flux, which is 2,600, or they can just make this one, which is 2,300. This one just searches you the bonding. Bonding can then make the Flux if you want to. Dude, this game was intense, and I think it was an interesting showing of how sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes even with the ability to look at your opponent's hand with Cool Tune, you just can't do anything about them having really good cards. And they played those cards pretty well, I think, in this case. I mean, it still came down to needing to avoid a top deck on the follow-up turn, which I feel like with the setup that Cool Tune had, maybe there was a world, maybe you can argue they needed to guarantee follow-up in some way, shape, or form. Maybe there was a way to sneak in, like a way to keep a card in hand for follow-up, because I think any Cool Tune on follow-up there would have won, even through the Flux bounce. I don't think you lose to that if you have a Cool Tune in hand. Yeah, and that's going to be the game. We're going to see Magnet Warriors in a very close set take down Cool Tune here in game number 3. That one was a pleasure to watch. That was a good game. I enjoyed that one. All right, GG's. GG's. It needed to be exactly Q. No, I'm pretty sure you lose to Rico. Because if they go Rico search Rotary, how do you interrupt that with Flux? Because if you bounce the Rotary, they can. If you bounce the Rico, they can resummon with Rotary, and if you don't bounce, then they just make I bounce Rico, and then what? Well, then they go Rotary extra normal. I'm pretty sure it plays. I'm pretty sure it plays. I think even Mix might play. Mix is worse, but like if they go Mix search Rotary, you can't bounce, and then they can still, because they have the Crackle still on the field, they can make like a level 7 with the Crackle, but the Zalen is gone. So actually Mix, I think Mix doesn't do it, but Q does it, Duelist Genesis does it, Overtake does it, Cool Tune Synchro does it, Rico, like they have a decent amount of draws. It was probably a little bit better than 50-50 for you in terms of the odds, but they definitely had a decent amount of live draws there to get out of it. But yeah, I mean, sometimes that's what it comes down to, and that is one of Cool Tune's weaknesses. You know, like it does have a weakness in follow-up sometimes, where if you have to force all of your, like, if you have to use your Cool Tune synchros and your remixes to maximize your interruptions on the opponent's turn, sometimes you don't get the search follow-up. And if you don't have a Cool Tune monster on the follow-up turn, you just don't do anything. And that is sometimes how it goes with Cool Tune, but in this game especially, right? So yeah, good games in round number 3. We will be on a short break before round number 4. It shouldn't be a long break because we are now headed into overtime for this round already. We had some good games this round. I hope you enjoyed them. We will be back in a few minutes for round number 4. All right, welcome back, everybody. We have the 4th round of day 1 ahead of ourselves. Just as a reminder, this is a 2-day Challenger Cup. We are going to have the Swiss rounds today, and the top 32 are going to happen tomorrow. We are about to head into round number 4 of our first day, and we're going to jump into Mist versus Errol. Of course, Mist reigning Master Duel World Champion alongside Luca and Nesh. Currently at a 2-1 record, and I believe in order to guarantee a top 32 spot at the end, you need to stay X1. So another loss would make it uncertain on whether top cut is still possible, I believe. So we're gonna see how this goes for Mist facing off against Errol here. Going second, we are gonna have a Holly Sue in the main phase here from Vanquish Soul. To kick things off, we do have a Fire and a Dark to reveal. That looks strong. We have Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring and Mad Love. And we're gonna get a Raisin. It's not gonna get stopped. We don't have a Maxi or a Fuwalos or anything like that. Would have probably just gotten ashed anyways, but Raisin is going to search for a Jiaolong. No Droll Lockbird either. So we're going to reveal that Jiaolong to make that Raisin unable to be destroyed by card effects this turn. That's going to trigger the Jiaolong to summon itself back. That's going to give us 2 level 5s on the board. But first, we could also search for another Vanquish Soul card by adding back that Raisin back to hand with Rock. Then we have 2 fires. We already know they have Ash Blossom in hand. So that's going to be the second fire monster here. We are currently on 4 summons. So Nibiru also not an option yet. This also means that we can summon Canine Ripper as summon number 5. Isn't that wonderful? We can stop any potential interruptions from here, including Nibiru the Primal Being, with Ripper on the next step. That's going to give us access to the Canine part of the deck. So here's Vanquish Soul start, targeting Holly Sue, searching for likely Borger or... yeah, Borger. Could have gotten Valius as well. And now we could pivot into the canines if we wanted to. Yep. And that is Ripper, summon number 5. Detach Holly Sue. Search for Yogel. 7 cards in hand for Vanquish Soul right now. We haven't normal summoned yet, so let's do that real quick. Can't add Valius by targeting Sutru. Would have had to target the Jiaolong for that, yeah. But that means we now have a Vanquish Soul in rotation that we can now reveal for the Borger. Draw 1 card. Now gonna have 8 cards in hand. Ace for K9 is activated, so we're gonna get the full K9 experience here as well. Getting Noroi here, which we can't normal summon it, but we can special it with Jokol. We can send Case, and we can take a little look at what's hiding there in Herman's hand by sending that Case for Noroi. We see it's actually Magnet Warriors. We see Sigma minus, Omega plus, Duo Terion, Called by the Grave, and Magnet Bonding. Not a bad hand by any means. Going first especially could have been really, really strong. I'm not sure about the ability to break a full, and I mean full, K9 Vanquish Soul combo. But we'll see. It's not a bad hand. We do have access to multiple copies of Magnet Bonding. We have a Called by the Grave for the Ash Blossom that we know about already. We'll see. Izuna is going to be in hand though, but we're talking Ripper, Vanquish Soul Trap, 6 cards in hand or more, Valius, Holly Sue, Raisin Pop, potentially K9 Quick Play spell if they even run it. We'll see if they get to it. I mean, they could have gotten a Lantern at some point. Masquerade as well if they rank up to it here with the Nesh Knight. We're not going to rank up into the Masquerade. We're just going to leave the Nash Knight on the board. Mist is going to draw 1 card per turn that we don't know about, but we do know the other 5. We're going to use Borger to draw a card immediately. 2 face downs as well. I mean, you know, one of them is the Vanquish Soul Trap. The other one could be anything, but could also just be the K9 quick play spell because they didn't prioritize searching it. It's not unlikely for that to be that. Magnet Warrior Sigma Minus is going to attempt to fuse here. We could stop this with Ripper, but I guess it depends on whether we are afraid of this or not. Maybe we don't care. But we do care. We want to stop access to the fusion summon here with Ripper. We're going to negate Sigma Minus in hand successfully. Vanquish Soul got really popular since Cool Tune released. Vanquish Soul is okay against Cool Tune, yeah. It's not the worst matchup for it. We're gonna use the rock to add back Holisu to the hand. Gonna put us at 7 cards in hand. Duoterion can no longer be negated by Ripper now because it's used its effect already. But it can be stopped by Cult by the Grave, which was that last card hiding there. So we're gonna stop access to a 2nd copy of the Magnet Bonding, but we do have one already. So I'm wondering if that's even the best target for Cult by the Grave in this situation. But I guess if you allow them to get a 2nd copy of Magnet Bonding, if you try to Cult by the Grave something else later, they could just dodge it with a 2nd copy of Magnet Bonding by like shuffling it away as fusion material. So, alright, we've exchanged Cult by the Graves now. We are going to stop the Cult by the Ash on the Magnet Bonding here. We did know that that was in hand. We saw it from the Noroi. So the cards left in hand here for Mist are the Sigma Minus, the Omega Plus, and the card we've drawn for turn. And we search for the Linear Magnum. Which is good. I mean, there still is some game left to be played here. Summoning out the Conduction Warrior here by sending Sigma Plus. Sigma Plus is going to try to revive Beta. Beta would search. The problem is we've already used the hand effect of Sigma Minus to fuse. And without that, it's kind of hard to get those, those magnets even out of hand into the graveyard. And it's going to be hard to access the extra deck at all. The fusion part, at least. We search for Epsilon. We haven't normal summoned yet, I don't think. Yeah, we still have the normal summon available. We see a Link summon into Ossa the Earth Charmer. Oh, let me check that graveyard. There's no Earth monster there, unfortunately. They added back the Holisu from the graveyard earlier. Otherwise, that would have been a neat target for the Ossa there. But for now, it's just going to be here. And if they destroy it with the trap, we do get a search. Right? Which is worth something. Bring out Omega Plus. Here's the Nash Knight effect now. Probably wanting to prevent SP Little Knight from hitting the field. Attach Ossa. And that's gonna be enough. Alright. Yeah, I mean, I said it. The hand for Mist there was not bad. But into a full power Vanquish Soul K9 board, it didn't seem quite good enough. We got to do a couple of things. We tried. But ultimately, it was a little bit too much. And there was also a couple of things that we didn't know about, like the Cult by the Grave being face down as well. I mean, but there was realistically still a lot to go through left. We still had the Vanquish Soul Trap. We still had Holisu in hand. We hadn't used Caesar to pop yet. We had Izuna in hand. So there was a lot of stuff to still work through. Even with a better hand, I think that was going to be pretty hard. So yeah, we're going down in game 1 with Magnet Warriors here. Let's see if Mist can turn it around in game 2 and 3. For game 2, at least, we're going to have the option to pick first. And Magnet Warriors, we've seen it earlier, can be pretty scary when they get to go first. They have some pretty strong combo lines. And Vanquish Soul K9, even though it does have some room for non-engine, definitely less so than something like Cool Tune, for example. So there's a higher chance that Magnet Warrior is going to be able to pull off its combos in this game. Let's see what happens for game number 2. And indeed, we are selecting first here. And we open with the Conduction Warrior immediately, sending Plus and Beta to the graveyard. Plus is going to try to revive the Beta instantly. That is going to get us our first search of the turn. This is the Droll and Lockbird checkpoint, I suppose. We do get the search for Sigma minus. Do we get hit with a Droll and Lockbird? Looks like the answer is no. And there is the Sigma minus now to fusion summon. We're fusing away the linear Magnum and the Sigma minus to make the Plasma Magnum. Plasma Magnum is going to add the Magnet Bonding from deck to hand. And then we normal summon Epsilon. That is essentially just a level 4 that's going to revive another level 4, which is pretty good. And we send Omega Plus, which is a resource in the graveyard for later. Well, we've seen what 2 level 4s can do in this deck. I mean, we don't know exactly what version Mist is on here exactly, but reviving the Sigma minus to get access to Delusion here, as well as setting up a rank 4 for, I mean, I would assume there's a Block Dragon in the mix here, but we're about to find out. There's Gallon Granite. And Gallon Granite detaches to search. And here's the Block Dragon. Uh-oh. Linking off Gallon Granite and Beta before summoning the Block Dragon. Into Cross Sheep. Oh, we're going to summon into the Cross Sheep zone with the Block Dragon. And that's going to give us the Cross Sheep revive, because it does point to the Plasma Magnum, which is a fusion monster. That is going to give us back a level 4 or lower monster from the graveyard. Just probably any level 4 body or level 3. We might want to go for an Naturia Beast, of course. If the Block Dragon searches an Adamancipator Researcher, this could give us a Naturia Beast. Which, I mean, it's not the craziest card against Vanquish Soul, but they do play some powerful spell cards like Case for K9, Stake Your Soul. So if they drew any of those, then Naturia Beast covers those. Vanquish Soul don't run Nibiru. Most decks at the moment actually don't run Nibiru is the thing, because it's not the greatest card against Cool Tune. So a lot of decks are choosing to forego Nibiru at all, I think. Oh, Barrier Statue of the Drought, and I mean, okay. I mean, we could have let him finish there, but I suppose we see the writing on the wall. We don't have the greatest hand. We're likely to stare down like a Naturia Beast, the Barrier Statue, and all the other stuff. We just call it a day. Understandable. We're going next into game 3, where Vanquish Soul has the chance to go first again. Nibiru is so unpopular, you could actually catch people off guard with it, but Cool Tune exists. Yeah, it's hard. Like, even like against Cool Tune, it's really hard to catch them off guard with anything, because they do look at your hand, right? Usually before they summon 5 times. So even if they don't expect the Nibiru, they will see it, and then they will expect it for sure, because they know you have it, right? So, okay. All right, Vanquish Soul goes first. Normal summon of K9 Noroi. That's a strong one, and it resolves immediately. No interruption here from Mist. Again, no Fualos, no Maxi, no Impermanence, no Ash Blossom on the Noroi. We do get the Jokul. We don't use the Jokul to search yet, though, because we do want to respect the chance of Droll and Lockbird coming down. That's why we make Ripper immediately. Detaching Jokul off of the Ripper to get Lantern. Now the question is, do we have a way to get that Noroi onto the field later? I don't think so, right? Because we did just leave it under the Ripper as material, so it's unlikely that we can look at the hand with Noroi this turn. I don't think, I mean, I guess maybe if we have another one in the deck, but then you'd have to search that and another Jokul. Take your soul as well. That is a strong opener. Reveal Ash Blossom. Okay, yeah, no, that's a statement. That's basically, this is looking like it's the same opener as game one. The only difference is I don't think we can look at the opponent's hand, because the Noroi is kind of like caught as an Xyz material under the Ripper, and I don't think we can get it back into rotation. But with how good this opener is, I don't know if the knowledge of the hand is going to end up mattering so much. I mean, it's nice, of course, to know what your opponent is holding. But when you open with this much, I'm not sure if it's going to make a difference. And once again, we do know there's an Ash Blossom in hand, so if you turn this Raisin into a rock, the Jiaolong will have 2 fire monsters to search with, so we're generating a bunch of advantage now with the Vanquish Soul cards. There's Vanquish Soul start. We still have not used Holisu to special, so we can target the Jiaolong here. We haven't really seen what kind of like hand traps or board breakers Mist is on, right? We saw a Cult by the Grave in game 1, and that was kind of it. I would assume there are some, like cards like Droplet or Super Polymerization. I'm not sure how much extra space you can really free up for that card in Magnet Warriors, but we saw some Magnet Warrior playing it earlier, so there's a world in which they play that. We'll see. There's the Vanquish Soul Trap, immediately access to it in hand. I was about to say, are we going to keep the Nash Knight around, or are we going to rank it up into the Masquerade? Because I do think Masquerade is pretty good against Magnet Warriors. I mean, Nash Knight equipping or attaching a card to it is also a good interruption. But I feel like in a game state like that, I think Masquerade is pretty strong. Especially, and we don't know this, if they play the K9 quick spell, they can destroy their own case here with Masquerade, which would also make it a lot stronger. There has been some K9 Vanquish Soul decks who've not played the quick play spell, but it looks like they do play it because they destroy the case. So in this way, this is actually a stronger board than what we saw in game 1. This is even stronger than what we saw in game 1, because in game 1 they did not have the forced release. And they also have a Valon on top. So this is a lot stronger end board than what they had in game 1. And game 1, it was already more than enough to win, so we'll see. I mean, Herman is gonna need a crazy hand here. We're even... Okay, that's crazy. When you're so far ahead that you use Heavy Burger to burn for 1500 on turn 1, because you have so many cards in hand already that you'd have to discard the card you draw, like, or a card anyways in the end phase if you draw. You just go for the burn damage, because why not? And this makes the Masquerade a lot scarier, because now 6,500 life points. If Masquerade negates and halves this, we go down to 3,250 plus 15 from Borger plus 1,800 from the trap is game. So we need to maneuver around this Masquerade really carefully. Analyzer. That's an interesting card that not everyone plays. And we have Super Polymerization. Okay, hold up. This card, Block Dragon for Super Poly. Okay, what can we make here? We can make Mud Dragon with Valon plus Masquerade. Yeah, that's probably what we do. Here's the Mud Dragon. Analyzer hits the field. That's a level 4 tuner. I don't know if we play synchros other than Materia Beast and Baron in this though. Okay, still, I mean, that's a good Super Poly, but there's still a lot left on the Vanquish Soul side of things. We will add a Vanquish Soul from Grave back to hand with the rock. That's Holly Sue back into the hand. That can activate here to steal the Analyzer, I suppose. Because I mean, I don't know if you want to let them summon. Did we activate Analyzer in case they negate, so we discarded? I think that's the idea, yeah. If you activate Analyzer in hand and they negate Ripper, then that's your discard because you can no longer use it. But if they don't negate it, then you would want to summon it. So you don't want to discard it in that way. So that was a nice little sequencing there from Mist. Okay, we do go for the K9 forced release onto the Ripper. We are giving up our Ripper negation to upgrade into a presumably werewolf. Now, if we keep playing, we're gonna have to reveal the hand for werewolf and lose a card from it. This 3 cards in hand. Look at how many cards in hand the K9 Vanquish Soul deck has here. Like, we have to essentially... We have 3 cards in hand. One of them is gonna get taken away by werewolf. There's a Vanquish Soul trap face down ready to go. There's a Holly Sue in hand. I just don't see a world where this works out. I mean, there's a Block Dragon in the graveyard, so never say never. But still, that's rough, I feel like. And that's also not the craziest normal summon. I feel like we're just showing this off to say like, hey, look what I drew for turn. But yeah, Drollin Lockbird was... I mean, it could have been in the opener, but it was just useless because Ripper was made to play around it. And Izuna and Ash. There's no 3 cards in the universe I think you can pick to beat that at this point. I mean, there's an Izuna, there's an Ash Blossom, there's a Vanquish Soul Trap, there's a werewolf. Like, what do you even want to have at this point? Like, name a card. I couldn't name a combination of cards that does this. Talents, okay. Draw 2. I don't know what you can draw here. Yeah, nothing. Okay. Okay. I mean, that was honestly, I think that's the best possible start that Vanquish Soul K9 can have, pretty much, right? We have the full setup. We have Quick Play Spell. We have Vanquish Soul Trap. We have the full hand. We have Masquerade, Valon, and Ripper, and an Ash Blossom in hand, and an Izuna ready to go. You're not beating that. You're not beating that. That it was a good Super Poly, but it's not that good. All right, well, and that was this match. We have a little bit of time left, so why don't we check in with fellow Challenger Cup grinder Abo Hammoud. Let me see what the score is in this match before we jump in. Abo has a win. That's the only one I'm seeing so far. I don't see a win for Dino Chief just yet, but it might also be on the other page. Okay, we see a Fiendsmith. That's the first time we're seeing Fiendsmith cards today. It's round 4. Fiendsmith track, searching Lurie, discarding Lurie. Make Requiem. Okay, what deck? This is a 45 card deck. What deck plays Fiendsmith in 45 cards? Not sure. Could be a Magnet Warrior as well. No, wait. This is not Magnet Warrior. Mutiny in the Sky. Diffuse for Aerial Eater. To send Unchained Soul of Sharp. This is this just Unchained? This is just Unchained. Okay. These players are undefeated, by the way, in round 4. I saw Abo Hammoud on the standings earlier. He's still undefeated, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check that for you. Yeah. Okay. Unchained at 3-0. Unchained Soul of Rage. Shayama destroys Sarama. Sarama is going to summon another Sharvara. Here's your Wave Hiking Caesar. Here's your Abawa Q. Bring back Aerial Eater by banishing both Sharvaras from the graveyard. Mutiny adds itself back to the hand. That's going to be our discard for the Abawa Q. Bring back Soul of Rage, set 1, end phase Abawa. I mean, yeah, classic Unchained end board. Okay. 5 cards in hand for Abo. This is winnable. Depends on the matchup. Okay, we got Cool Tune over here. Caesar, surprisingly, not the greatest card against Cool Tune, but it does work against a lot of the extenders like Cool Tune Synchro. Does not work against Rotary, however. Rotary plus Q is going to make Trackmaker. The problem here is Abo Hammoud is no... Dino Chief is no cards in hand. So Rotary cannot actually search here, because there's no hand to look at. So we're getting rid of the Yama resource in the graveyard, which is nice. Double Charmy on top of the deck. All right, enjoy drawing one of those next turn. Draws JJ Cool Tune, but now we're linking off the Soul of Rage into Fancy Ball. And where do we go from here? Activate JJ, extra normal summon Clip. Now SP Little Knight is made with Fancy Ball, banishing that Clip off the field. Set 1 pass. Okay. But we are drawing a Molcharmy. Make Moon of the Closed Heaven with the SP and the Molcharmy. So here's the Requiem again. So that Charmy actually put to good use. Bring out Lacrima. Send Engraver. And this should be able to do 8,000 damage somehow. And Abo sees the writing on the wall. I'm not sure if that was game 2 or game 3. I guess we'll find out whether they jump into another game or not. They are playing another game. Okay, so that was game 2. That was game 2. So now the score on the screen is correct. Now we are headed into game 3 with a 1-1 record. And it is going to be Cool Tune for Abahamut going first against Unchained from Dino Chief. We normal summon Mix. We get hit with Ash Blossom. That's potentially strong because Mix is not the best starter. So if you have others, often you start with those. Let's see if we have like a Overtake or Duelist Genesys. We do have Duelist Genesys. That adds Cool Tune Synchro. Cool Tune Synchro adds Rotary. Rotary reveal Ghost Bell. Summon itself. Combine with the Ghost Bell for Track Maker for a double search. We are going to look at the hand real quick. And when I say real quick, I mean real quick. Dude, I can never see anything in the replay. I saw an engraver. I think I found a way to make Rotary balanced. Can you not pause at the right moment? I mean, maybe, but even that would be difficult. I have like a split second to click pause. Check the log. I don't think the hand that Rotary reveals appears in the log, because I do think like the way it works, I believe, is that if you look at hand temporarily, I think it's the same thing with talents. After that effect has resolved, that is private knowledge again. The hand being revealed and then going back to no longer being revealed, I think it is no longer considered public information. It goes back to private information, which is why it does not appear in the log. You cannot go back and check it again. I'm pretty sure it's the same way in the TCG. Like if you, like I know, for example, when you play against Draco Tail and they set a Draco Tail trap, like later on in the turn, you can still ask like, what trap did you set again? And then I think for that turn, they still have to tell you what the trap is. But I think with the hand knowledge, I think it's different. I think, I'm not sure about it. I'm not 100% sure, but I think if you look at hand with Rotary, you just can't ask them, like, hey, what was your hand again? I don't think you're supposed to. Or they don't have to tell you, rather. Can you write down the hand in TCG? No, you cannot take notes in... Or like the only thing that's allowed to write down in TCG is I think to keep track of like mandatory effects. If I remember correctly. I'm not sure what an example of this would be, but like something like Final Countdown. Something like Final Countdown, I think you would be allowed to keep track of. I'm not entirely sure. Not that that has any like practical applications, because no one's playing Final Countdown, but I think in theory. And you check face down banishes of your opponent in TCG? What? No. Like what they are? No, you can't look at them. What would make you think that you can do that? Why should you be allowed to look at your opponent's face down banishes off of like Pot of Desires? Okay, we're in battle phase here with an Aruha, which does trigger if it gets destroyed by battle. And I think Cool Tune B2B does not work in the damage step. So there is a world in which you can use Aruha to summon, I don't know if they play that, but the Abominable Unchained. Oh. That's bad for Unchained. Yeah, they Ash that. It's good to have Ash on this, but that's going to trigger the B2B. I feel like the whole point of this was to do this in damage step to not give the B2B an option to activate. Now the B2B is activating in response to the Ash Blossom. That's rough. Do you think Unchained still plays the Abominable Unchained Soul? Like the level 8 that you have to discard a card to destroy a card? I feel like they probably don't, but maybe it's been a while since I've played against Unchained in Master Duel. Why not? It's good. It just feels like a relatively low impact card because it's just discard one to pop one, and the risk associated with drawing it seems pretty high. But it doesn't matter here because now the track maker was revived off of the B2B. We can just return the Aruha to the hand with track maker. We just make Loudness War, we return Track Maker, we get a banish from the clip as well. And that was Aerial Eater. Okay, could be annoying. Is that a second copy of Clip? Oh no, we added from Graveyard. I was confused for a second. Yeah. Okay, here's Fiendsmith Engraver. But B2B is going to activate another time. With Ash in hand, was Typhon an option there? If they play it. I know that Unchained, especially if you pair it with Fiendsmith as well, the extra deck is pretty tight, so there's a realistic chance they simply don't have Typhon. But the problem is also, like, yeah, Typhon technically was good there, but there was a B2B and a remix, right? And both were bigger than Typhon, so you can bounce one, but then the other is gonna still run over your Typhon and probably win the game in the long run. So I don't know if Typhon really had a chance of winning there. Activate Sanct, response with Clip. Oh yeah, against Fiendsmith, Crackle actually does a lot. And we negate Sanct with the Zalen now. Could also just make RS with Clip plus Rico. Does not have to make Crackle, but Crackle against Fiendsmith is really good. No, we just make RS. Ah, they do play it. Okay. I guess we would have known that if we had seen the hand for longer than 0.01 seconds. We could have seen it coming, but I couldn't. Alright, discard Sharvara is going to activate. The problem is we can't destroy anything but the Loudness War. Loudness War protects the rest of the board. So we have to destroy the Loudness War. The Loudness War is going to activate before it gets destroyed. Banishing Track Maker to return the Abominable back to the hand. And I don't know if we can really get anywhere here with just the Sharvara setting a card to the field. There goes the Loudness War. RS still has the negation online. Sharvara activates and sets an Unchained spell trap. That's going to be Abominable Chamber. Do we have something to pop that in hand? Is this Yubel Unchained or just Unchained? I think it's just Unchained. We do have Aruha. Hold up. Wait a second. Aruha destroys Chamber. Aruha is level 6 right now because of RS and B2B. That's funny. Oh, no, we have Ash. Never mind. And that should be it. Yep. I mean, hey, Ash is a strong card if you go first. This is 10 pi level numbers, by the way, of damage this turn. Because B2B allows everything to attack twice. RS is gonna get a little bit bigger as well. This is like this is 10 pi numbers, yeah. And they can, I mean, they can make it more too. If, I mean, they do have to figure out a way on how to win through this Aruha. So they have to, like, Abo has to do a little bit of stuff here to get through this. Not much though, to be fair. You can just make a second RS, pop the Aruha. When the Aruha activates, you Zalen by chaining RS to it. We can bounce it with Trackmaker. That works too, yeah. Mix, destroys it. 6,200, 9,000. Yeah, this is over. This is like 30,000 damage. And we drew Called by the Grave. Okay. Didn't need that, to be fair, but it's still kind of funny. All right. Yep. And Cool Tune takes down Unchained. Now, I will say Unchained still not out of it. I think this was their first loss of the tournament in round number 4, which is pretty impressive. And there is 2 more rounds to play. And if they win both of them, there's a good chance we see them again tomorrow in the top cut. But yeah, this was the 4th round of the tournament. We are going to head into round 5 shortly. It is almost overtime. Less than a minute left in the round, so there should not be a long break before we jump into round number 5. So don't go anywhere. We will be back with round number 5 in just a few minutes. And we're back. Round number 5. This is the second to last round. We have one more round of Swiss after this, after we are going to cut to a top cut for tomorrow. And for this round, I have chosen that we're going to start watching Bronas versus Zulibo, both of which are well-known duelists in the Challenger Cup scene, and both of which are currently sitting at a 3-1 record. So in order to keep a good chance at making it into the top cut, they will need a win in this round. So let us see. I know Bronas has been a big fan of the Magnet Warrior deck recently. Let's see if it's also the choice for this tournament today. We're going to see Bronas going first, and indeed it is another Magnet Warrior duelist. I want to say this is probably the second most popular deck today from what I've seen so far. However, it does not perform particularly well into Mag C, I think. Let's see how bad it's... Oh, it's not getting better. It's not getting better. We're adding a Molcharmi Fualos to the mix as well. Uh-oh. We add Magnet Bonding. We keep going. 6 cards in hand for the opponent already. We get to normal summon a Magnet by sending Delusion. Here's Epsilon. Epsilon can send one from deck to grave, would normally be able to revive one as well. But do we want to do that under Max C is the question. No, we do not. Which clearly indicates we're not attempting to do any sort of like deck out or anything like that. We have Fiendsmith Engraver. Dude, I mean, unironically, was decking out an option with Fiendsmith in the mix? That's a lot of summons. That is a lot of summons, isn't it? Triple Tactics Talents, okay. Drawing 2 though, not looking at the hand. Maybe we try to find like Droll Lockbird? Here's normal summon Lacrima, which is not a light fiend at the moment. Gotta keep that in mind. Fiendsmith in Paradise being sent to grave. And we do make a rank 4. Gallant Granite. Draw 2. Are we going in? Surely we're not stopping now. It's been 8 cards in hand already. Here's Ash Blossom. I mean, that's likely to show up at this point. We've drawn so many cards. Negates the Gallant Granite. Bring out Delusion. Almost feels like a bargain. Almost feels like a good deal when you perform a summon that only gives 1 draw. IP Masquerena for 2 draws. Set 1. I mean, maybe the shuffle back from the Molcharmi? No, there's not too many cards on the board. We don't have to shuffle back anything at this point. Maybe, unironically, maybe you're supposed to go in and do the full combo after the Molcharmi is active. Because you're like, well, no matter how much I do, at the end of the turn, they're going to shuffle back anyways. So I just make my full board, like everything, you know, like full Fiendsmith combo, Caesar, as many interruptions as you can. Oh, double Fuba. Okay, at this point, come on. Come on. Really? Double Fuba and Maxi? Really? 1, 2, 3. 3 draws per summon from the extra deck. Plus Maxi is active for every other special summon. Dude, at this point, might as well. I mean, they already have. They got 14 cards in hand already. What's gonna happen? I mean, they can push through this no matter what. Droll? Yeah, but like Droll, you cannot self-Droll on your own draws. Okay, we're not decking out. Cool tune clip. Well, yeah, okay. Sure. We can Caesar that, but there's probably Effect Veiler. Or Imperm, yeah. It's crazy because I think Magnet Warrior, while it's not great into Molcharmi Fuwalos, if it was just Molcharmi Fuwalos, it probably would have been okay. But Maxi makes it really hard to make anything happen. Not chaining IP, it's your own turn. IP Masquerena is only during your opponent's turn. Can't do it on your own. Ooh, Fiendsmith sequence banished. I mean, I don't know if that's gonna be the reason why they win this game, realistically, but yeah. I don't think Magnet has enough free special summons to deck out. Don't know. I feel like when double Fuba and Max C are active, I feel like there's gotta be a world where it's possible. Like every extra deck summon, they draw 3 cards. Now we're going in, I guess. $19 cards in hand. But it's all they have. All right, and now we shuffle back. How many do we get to keep? 5 cards on the field. We get to keep, what, 11? Yeah, 11. We keep 11 cards. We draw 1 for turn. We have 12 cards in hand to break SP, Caesar, Telusion, 2 face downs, and Paradise. Well, here's Imperm. Maybe they break the end. It'd be so funny. I don't even think it's possible in Cool Tune. I guess, okay, they would have to have like 3 Ash Blossoms, 3 Veilers, 3 Bells, and like whatever. 0 engine in 12 cards would be hilarious. Damn, they drew a starter. That's so unlucky. That's really unfortunate for Bronas here. Really got a feel for him. Rico adds back Clip. Do you think Maxi had an impact in this game? That's a good question. It's hard to say. Hard to say. I think it was all right. Okay, no cards in hand means Rotary cannot add another card. That's good news. That means they can only add with Trackmaker, which is going to turn their hand into an 11 card hand, but not 12. We're going to try to snipe a back row with Rico as well. Try to hit something nice. They could also just be bluffs in order to play around Rotary's search effect. But Rotary's graveyard effect is actually really annoying here because you can interrupt the Fiendsmith in Paradise stuff with it. Because if you use Paradise here and you send Desiree, then they can just shuffle the Desiree back before it can activate. And we have a Ghost Bell on the Magnet Bonding. Magnet Warrior does destroy the Trackmaker. Paradise is gone, and we do not have Requiem in the graveyard for Lacrima, so we cannot actually get the Paradise back this turn. Normal summon Mix, activate Mix. If you chain SP, they can chain this quick spell to dodge it, so it seems rather pointless. Searches for Q. Activate JJ Cool Tune. That's going to give us a second normal summon for that Q. Caesar is negated, so we can't unfortunately use it to stop the Q's effect. We're gonna tribute it to Illusion to bring back plus and minus. It's funny because like Magnet Warrior, it does have a really good grind game, but not against 10 cards in hand or whatever. 8 cards still. It's a lot of follow-up, but not that much. If we can even survive the turn, which I don't think is super likely. Maybe the quick play. I mean, yeah, okay. Actually, if they drew all of their Cool Tune cards, they would not have a target for Cool Tune Synchro. That would be pretty good. Oh, look, it's Max C on top of the deck. Let your opponent draw Max C as well, so it's fair. No! Why would you do that? That's not fair. You had Max C. Let them have it too. I'm not sure. I mean, Cool Tune has so many cards in hand that they should be able to go for game here, even through all the monsters. But I mean, realistically, they also don't necessarily have to. I don't know how much time they have left on their in-game timer, because that could be a concern in a game state like this. Realistically, they should be winning as long as they clear the board entirely, and they have like probably a bunch of interruptions in hand as well. So just clear the board, pass it over to your opponent on 0 cards in hand, and you'll probably be fine as well. The worst thing that could happen here is that you time out, I suppose, which would be hilarious, to be fair. And sometimes can be a win condition in Master Duel if your opponent has like Hualos Max C. Just give them so many options that they like that they can't handle it. How do you feel about the new Genesys list? We'll talk about that later. I haven't really looked at it in much detail yet. We're gonna have to look at it together later. That's the plan. We're gonna do the last 2 rounds of the Challenger Cup for today, and then the stream is gonna go on for a little bit longer for some other things. So you can just stick around for a bit, and then we'll talk about all that. We'll talk about the Grandmaster set, the Genesys news. We'll do a TCG tier list. It's gonna be fun. All right, Cool Tune Synchro was in fact not dead in hand. They were able to activate it. Shocker. Cross out. Maybe, I mean, it doesn't matter. They don't need a target for it. They just do this to activate Zaylan. We do have Imperm though. I'm gonna lose my mind if Cool Tune times out, by the way. That's like the one win con you have is if they time out, because I've got no idea how much time they spend. Also thinking about like where to interrupt on the opponent's first turn. That may have already taken some time off. I have no idea. But in theory, it could happen. And there's a lot of Magnet Warriors like chilling in the way of going for game. So if Zulibo tries to figure out how to do 8,000 damage here and it takes too long, that'd be crazy. We actually just go battle phase here, which means we are going to leave a significant amount of stuff on the board. They might actually be low on time. They might not have enough time to figure it all out. The board is going to stay intact to it. This is more follow-up than Magnet Warrior should have in this situation. I guarantee you. No face downs as well. What do you mean? This is winnable, I feel. Dude, sometimes you give a Yu-Gi-Oh player too many options and they can't handle it. It happens. Exiton Knight to start the turn off. Chain Remix. Chain Zalen? Question mark? Yeah. Chain Called by the Grave on Remix. Oh, that's a top deck. Is there Bell? No, there's Veil. Why do you Veiler? The Exiton is negated anyways. The Zalen negates the Exiton. Okay. All right, I guess we'll throw a Veiler in on top. I'll trade you a Veiler as well. We're in panic mode right now. Banish 2 for Delusion. I hope you got more Veilers where that came from, because otherwise that'd be a real shame if that was your only interruption. Engraver. I mean, there's follow-up. There's follow-up here for days. We lost sequence to Clip last turn. Is annoying. Not drawing a bell is crazy. They might not play it. You don't know. I mean, they probably should, but maybe not. Okay, we have Ash on Requiem. Illusion is gonna destroy the Zalen though. Goodbye, Zalen. The last card in hand is the Sigma minus to fuse. We make Flux. Resolves, I think. If only we had an effect mailer for that. That'd be really neat. That'd be so convenient. What are you gonna do? You can't always have it. You can't always have effect mailer. This is game. This is exactly 6,800. Okay, Clip. Did not synchro with Clip. Can we still normal summon? Oh my god, there's no way. There's no way. There's actually no way. Oh god. I mean, hey, I enjoyed that. I'm not gonna lie. That was fun to watch. That was fun to watch. Oh god. Okay. I did not expect that one, but Bronas wins through double Molcharmi and Max C by essentially, and I have no other way to put it, by overloading the opponent with choices, by giving them so many cards that they couldn't really manage it with like the timer and everything. That was fun. Okay. Well, that was a crazy game. just keeps playing as like, yeah, you know what? You can have 20 cards in hand. I mean, to be fair, Cooltune is a deck that like it can't really do that much with the extra cards. Unless they're just more hand traps, I suppose. But yeah, Ash on Overtake. Activate JJ. Extra normal summon. This is not a great hand. Extra normal summon Veiler. Tribute that. Does that resolve? Fuwalos. Uh-oh. The good Fuwalos. It resolves. Well, I mean, that's only fair. Bronas had to fight through Max C double Fuwalos last game. I think resolving one let this man resolve a Fuwalos. That's fair. You know what? You can have it. Normal summon Rico. That's the cool thing about JJ Cooltune, I suppose, is that you can search instead of special summoning. Ooh, we have Imperm for that as well, though. Okay. All right. Just draw Ash, Fuwa, Imperm going second. I guess that's a plan. Set pass. Uh-oh. 3 cards in hand for Magnets. This could go down real fast. Downhill real fast for Zulibo here. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! Oh well. Okay, we make Track Maker with Rico. So we're gonna be able to search with Track Maker and destroy a spell trap. I hope you don't target infinite impermanence with this. No, that's where the infinite impermanence is. So we are gonna lose that other card. Essentially for free. That's not great. What is that? Like Super Poly? We wouldn't have said all that. Oh, Paradise actually helping. Okay. Paradise is not an interruption though, with no other Light Fiends in the graveyard. And JJ Cooltune contribute the Track Maker for a guaranteed play here no matter what. So things are looking good here for Zulibo in the second game. And forgive me, Zulibo, when I say it's also, we don't have too many cards, so we can't possibly be overwhelmed with options in this game. Surely we can manage this time around. Cooltune Q. Don't know what the set card could even be. It's not a third Imperm, is it? I mean, could be. But I also don't think... Be Called by the Grave, I guess. It can't be Magnet Bonding. It could be Talons. Torrential, Mirror Force, Sakuretsu Armor. Yeah, I'm sure it's all of those at once. It's Called by the Grave. Well, you got no cards against Cooltune, and they're about to look at your top deck with Q. So I think it's safe to say we're seeing a game 3 in this match. You're okay. Are you gonna give him the Molcharmi Fualos or the Conduction Warrior? Hard choice. Okay, let's give him the Fualos. Let's give him the Fualos. Yep, and that brings us to a game 3. Yo peeps, thank you for the raid. Welcome raiders. We are watching a 2-day event, Challenger Cup day 1 right now. It is round 5. We have one more round of Swiss after, and then the top cut is going to be tomorrow. But the stream is not going to end after the Challenger Cup. We're actually going to keep going and talk about some of the developments in TCG and stuff recently. The Grandmasters, the Genesys stuff. And we're going to do a TCG tier list later on as well. So it should be a fun rest of the day, even after the Challenger Cup. But for now, we've got round 5 and round 6 remaining of the Challenger Cup. All right. Game 3. Zulibo has selected second. Wait, on purpose? Oh, wait, no, Zulibo just won, of course. No, never mind. I was confused. No. Yeah, Bronas just lost, so they get to go first, of course. Yeah. In my head, it was like, I thought Zulibo won game 1 because it was the, yeah. You get me. Okay. Well, we start with the Conduction Warrior once more. It's so hard to stop this when they open it. We have a Molcharmi Fualos again. No Max C this time around, though. However, the Molcharmi Fualos does resolve. The Molcharmi Fualos does resolve, and that is still really awkward for Magnet Warriors, but it's not as bad as getting hit by a Max C as well. So Gallant Granite is being summoned, giving the Molcharmi Fualos the draw. We have an Effect Veiler that we use on the Gallant Granite. I think the reason why people are using Effect Veiler on summon of Gallant Granite today is because of the possibility of like chaining the magnet bonding to fuse it away if you Veiler it on effect. However, using it here is actually not ideal. I think you have to wait, like you have to toggle on. You have to not use it on summon. Instead, you have to use it after like that window where yeah, you know what I mean. The droll, there was a window there where you can Veiler without them being able to chain droll. Which is it's a pretty advanced like ruling knowledge thing, but like you technically, when a monster is being summoned, I think you have 2 response windows. You can respond immediately to the summon, or you can use a quick effect in an open game state after the summon has successfully resolved. Which Zulibo used Veiler in the first one, which is where droll can still be activated because a card has just been drawn off of Max C. If you wait for the summon to resolve successfully and then Veiler after that, it's too late to chain droll. In an open game state, doesn't the turn player get priority though? For quick effects. There's you can use a quick effect before they can use an ignition effect. If you're toggled on. Still not the greatest endboard under Droll and Lockbird here for Bronas. IP plus Beta pass. Beta can tag out to summon another Magnet Warrior if you want to do that. Here's Imperm and IP Masquerena. That's not pleasant. Chain Beta though to summon. That resolves. Summoning Sigma minus, which sends a level 8 Magna Warrior. So we send Delusion. This is just follow-up. None of this is interruption. Unless I'm missing something. Normal summon Rico. All right, so we do have plays. We do have plays. It's looking tough for the magnets out here. Do we have a second copy of Droll? We do not. It looks like we do not. Activate Rotary for an extra normal summon of Mix. That's a lot of engine. That's a lot of high quality engine as well. That's gonna be rough. And I think Cool Tune, even though Bronas played a really, really crazy game 1 to win it, I think is about to fall in this game 3 unless something goes horribly wrong. Lacrima the Crimson Tears is going to give us access to Fiendsmith in Paradise. It's not over until it's over. We do have some interruption here with the Requiem into the Lacrima and then sending Paradise. All right, Rico and Rotary make Track Maker. Rotary and Track Maker effect double add. Plus, we get to confirm what's in hand for Bronas. We would get to see any potential Nibirus or anything of that nature. We would find out right now. We search our Rico. Rotary resolves. We see the Nibiru. It is there. It is there, but now we know it's there. Okay, well, I mean, knowing about the Nibiru makes it easier to maneuver around, but you do still have to maneuver around it. You can't just ignore it. It is there. We can make Zalen, and then if they activate Nibiru and we chain to it, then we could stop it. Zulibo trying to figure out the options here. We just chain negated IP. That's true. You'd have to bounce the IP with Trackmaker first, I suppose. But also, like, Zalen, making Zalen isn't that easy when there's Paradise, right? Because that can force the Zalen on its summon, essentially. Then the Zalen is forced, and then, you know, you get Nibiru'd after. So maybe you just don't summon 5 times this turn. I guess that's also possible. This is summon number 4. We attack over Lacrima, leaving the IP on the board. We do have relatively free reign in battle phase here with Cool Tune Synchro. This does mean we are performing 5 summons, though. We are performing 5 summons if we use this Cool Tune Synchro to Synchro Summon, which, I mean, if you don't use it to Synchro Summon, you have no reason to activate it. Like, we can make Zalen with it. We can make Zalen with it, but that Zalen, Dronas can just Paradise it. And if the Zalen has to negate the Paradise, then the Zalen does not negate the Nibiru. Here's Zalen. Activate Trackmaker in Graveyard. Activate Q to manipulate the top deck. Do we activate Paradise here? No, okay. Q reveals 2 good draws, Duoterion as well as the Magna Warrior. We leave Duoterion on top. We return the Sigma minus. We attack for 2,000 with the Zaylin. We attack for 100 with the mix. We can activate another copy of Cool Tune Synchro to make B2B. But then B2B... How good is B2B into Paradise? Not very. B2B would be game if it wasn't for Paradise in Graveyard. But how do you maneuver around Paradise in Graveyard? I think the answer is you do not. What's the downside of bouncing IP? It's less damage because the IP was in attack mode. I think they were trying to go for a game, but now I think they're realizing it doesn't actually work. Because I don't think it does work. Because, yeah, like, if they go for Paradise after you make B2B, this will trigger the B2B. Because it's a monster effect of Desiree. But you still lose the B2B. Right? Here's Paradise. I think this doesn't... I don't think this is game. Activate Desiree. Target B2... Unless there's Called by the Grave, of course. But then why are we thinking this hard? So, like, Desiree, target B2B. B2B can revive now, but I don't... This is not game. You can attack again with the Zaylin, but the B2B is gone now. Do we make a synchro? Oh, wait, is this game? Oh, RS is game. Okay, nice. RS is probably enough damage. 30, yeah. Oh my god, it's so big. Okay, yeah. Oh! Okay, I didn't know. I'm not sure if we knew about the... Did we know about the Rico in hand? We probably knew about the Rico in hand. All right. Whew. That was kind of crazy. That was tricky. That was an interesting battle phase. Yeah, that was an interesting battle phase. All right, well played. Well played. They were a little overwhelmed by the options in game number 1, but in game 3, it was a complicated game state in game 3 again, but this time Zulibo manages to solve the puzzle and win the game and take down Bronas here in round number 5. Bronas not out yet, because still sitting at a, I believe, 3-2 record for now, with still a chance of making it into the top. I think we're cutting to top 32. So there's still a chance. There's still a chance for Bronas if Bronas wins the last round. Does have to win the last round in order to have a chance. But yeah, we'll see how that's going to turn out. That was a long and back and forth match. So we do not have the time to check out another game. We're going to jump into round number 6 very, very shortly. There's only very few minutes left on the timer, so we should be ready to go into round 6 relatively soon. So I will see you all in round number 6. I hope you're enjoying the Challenger Cup today so far. We have one more round of Swiss, then we have the top cut tomorrow. But the stream, once again, as a reminder, the stream today does not end after the Challenger Cup. We have some extra stuff to do that I've been wanting to do in the last couple of days, but I was sick, so, you know, we're doing it today instead. So yeah, stick around for round number 6 and then some extra content after that. We will be right back. All right, and welcome back for the final round of Swiss for the Challenger Cup today. Once again, one last reminder, this is not the end of the tournament after this one. It is going to continue tomorrow. We are watching the final round of Swiss for the day one of the Open tournament, and tomorrow we will have the top 32 duelists of today's Swiss rounds return for the second day. So if you enjoy the gameplay for today, make sure to return tomorrow for the second day and the top 32 to find out who the ultimately the winner of the tournament is going to be. For this round, we are going to jump into currently two of the best performing players of the tournament, which are Ayola and Nezu, who are currently duking it out at table number 1 here. Both of which we are likely to see return tomorrow for the top cut, but I did want to shine some spotlight on two players who are currently doing very well in the tournament. So let's see what we have. We have Nezu going first. So let's see. Wakimeru Guardian Pass. Well, I feel like we've seen very mixed results from the Magnet Warrior deck today. This is one of those games where it just doesn't seem like a great start, but we do have a Max C that if it is getting ashed here, you would still have the Wakimeru Guardian to stop it. So nope, we are not going to ash it if we have one. We're going to move to main phase 2. And I mean, we can activate the Lantern, I guess, but we can't really push into the Max C without giving Magnet Warrior a scary amount of follow-up. We can activate Case for Izuna, I guess, and maybe just pass the turn over. I mean, they didn't have a play last turn. But I mean, Magnet Warrior is really scary and really explosive sometimes. But yeah, we are going to pass. Did we just not add? We did not add with Case for K9. Ooh. Was that a misclick? No, there's no way we have no targets. We have Ash, we have Borger, no Earth. So we just misclicked on Case for K9, and that's why we don't have Izuna, and that's why we don't have an Earth for the trap. We might just lose because we just right-clicked on that Case for K9. That's crazy. We have Ash Blossom for the Researcher. There is called by the last face down. Yep. Dude, if this Researcher hits, we just lose. There's no way. It hit. It didn't hit anything super crazy. I mean, Barrier Statue is kind of crazy, but I think you go for Epsilon here. But Epsilon alone isn't the craziest. It does make Baron. I mean, it makes Gallant Granite as well. So... And they have block. No, they had block dragon. Yeah, no, they win. They just win. Oh my god. Oh my god. How did this go downhill so fast? Just right click on case for K9 and all of a sudden everything is over. That's crazy. And it was like, it's funny because it went from immediately losing to essentially a pretty guaranteed win. If you have all three attributes, in hand with the trap card and an Ash Blossom, you just cannot lose to whatever they draw, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah. That's crazy. Do you know, here's my theory of what happened. Because they activated case for K9 and they had Ash Blossom in hand, right? So the game asks them, hey, would you like to Ash Blossom your own case for K9? They right clicked, but then on, like, by accident, they probably double right click, because it's like right after the Ash, the next pop-up is, do you want to add for case? So they probably just like double clicked, is what I'm thinking. I think that's a realistic way it could be. Oh yeah, okay. Uba and Maxi here in game 2. They're not having a good time. If they got both attributes for Holisu in hand, I was about to say, I think you just pass. Red Layer and Borger. Hey, it's not the greatest. Oh, okay. I still think you might just pass. Keep roll for their turn. Well, because what does a Holisu summon really do here under your own roll now? Can't summon Mad Love, can't summon Raisin, but you're not searching. I think it's weird. Summon Valius. Like we could have just done the Valius summon on the opponent's turn. And then we could roll on the opponent's turn as well. Like why are we so desperate to do the Holisu this turn? Oh well. Maybe they have double roll, in which case it'd be kind of understandable. But no, they can't. We know all the cards in hand now. We know Holisu and the other two are Fire and Dark. Which was... Red Layer and Heavy Borger. Maybe Set Trap. I mean, yeah, okay, but you can... It's the same thing, right? Yes. I guess if it's the Set Trap, you can't make the rock, so you won't have all three attributes in hand immediately. Fair enough. Okay, Analyzer. Why do people play Red Layer in Vanquish Soul K9? It's just another fire attribute and level 5 extender. I'm not a huge fan of it, but yeah. It does kind of do the job. Like, you do need more fire attributes, but yeah, it's like just fine. Falcon Rocket is better. It's kind of the same. kind of the same thing though, isn't it? Like, for the most part. An elf, you can play, yeah, there's people who are playing Elf Node Lucina in it for like a very small Elf Node package, which can make Baron the Fleur, which can be really strong, but of course that is a level 6 and not a level 5, so they got pros and cons. Adding a second copy of Heavy Borger means we have 2 Heavy Borgers in hand now, means we have to return Holisu or Valius before we have all attributes in hand again, but we can't draw now. After we do that, now we have Earth in hand again. Then we draw a card with Borger. I mean, still looking pretty strong. If it is the Vanquish Soul Trap face down, this is still a pretty solid setup, I would say. Where do you see VSK9 in TCG after the list? We'll talk about that later. I'm gonna stay online after round 6 of the Challenger Cup, and we're gonna still do a little bit of TCG talk, tier list, and everything. We're gonna finish the Challenger Cup for now, and then we'll talk about all that. Ooh, I mean, I say ooh, but I don't think that's very good actually. That just gets popped by Valius, right? And we have the linear. Okay. All right then. I feel like Nezu probably drew the Sigma Plus, right? Because normally I feel like you would want to send Sigma Plus, which is really not ideal if that's the case. Here's the Vanquish Soul Trap. Reveal Red Layer, reveal Holisu, and reveal the second Heavy Borger. We know all of those already. We can't special summon because of the barrier statue. Could have summoned Holisu, but why would you want to? We add back the Magnum if it's destroyed. But now what? We've normal summoned? Have we? Wait, Analyzer was a special summon. Yeah, we have normal summoned the barrier statue. So we've normal summoned, we've used the linear. I guess we could have Sigma minus to fuse. That'd be ideal. Or magnet bonding. If we have those, then we can push. If not, we have a problem. Alright, we go Omega Plus. Destroy Sigma Sigma Plus. I told you that was there. That's gonna activate. We can add from grave with this. It does not have to special summon. You can add back. Yeah, you can. Ooh, wait, hold up. This is good. This is really good. Activate Sigma minus here to fuse. I feel like the trap was used preemptively there. I'm not sure why we had to use it when there was just those 2 monsters. Why did we have to blow up the board there? I don't get it. Maybe I'm missing something that they could have done, but I don't really see what that was. We do make SP Little Knight. SP banishing Caesar Valius is actually quite annoying because you cannot get it back and we don't have a way to save it right now. We could make it unaffected with its own effect, but then we don't get the pop. So we're chaining the pop here actually. But that seems worse than making it unaffected. Because now they just chain SP. And then you have to destroy your own raisin. So now you've... I mean, actually, no, it doesn't get destroyed because the trap card is active, I guess. So now Valius is gone. The board is gone. Now Magnet Bonding. Yeah, I think making it unaffected is slightly better. But... Ooh, Cartharin, extra normal summon alert. Okay, Epsilon. How much does this do? Send a level 4 lower magnet. This does get you... Wait. This does get you to Gallon Granite. This makes Illusion plus Granite for Block Dragon. Dude, if only we had a Droll and Lockbird in hand that we could have kept for the opponent's turn to stop all of this from happening. Oh no. Oh no, the Block Dragon, he's here. Banish 3. Uh-oh. They don't have the normal summon anymore, so they can't like normal summon Korkamiru Guardian. But they can still easily special summon Researcher and try to hit something with that. Reprodocus? What does this mean? Researcher, beta. Reprodocus has got to be bad news. Here's Delusion. Special Researcher. Researcher effect. Guoterion, Bell, Super Poly, misses. Oh god. No rocks. No rocks for the Researcher. Okay, that makes things a little more annoying. But we still have Block Dragon once more. Also remember, we can't attack directly. We cannot attack directly because we resolved SP Little Knight previously. It still makes Baron the Fleur, and I mean, Vanquish Soul doesn't have the most amount of follow-up right now. What do you guys think? What's the purpose of Reprodocus in this deck? Like, I'm just trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out what it does here and what it does in general. Like, what is it supposed to do? To make curious? Oh, okay. We make Dogorat the Stone Trooper. We gain some attack points on that. 3,500 attack now. Banish. Bring back Block Dragon once more. Battle phase, swing over Raisin, but we cannot finish the game because of SP Little Knight. End phase. SP returns. Borger returns. Honestly, I think this is not the worst spot ever for Vanquish Soul, but still, this is way more than what should have happened. We can draw an extra card for turn. That's going to put us to 6 cards in hand, so that's pretty good. This is a pop. SP is going to get rid of the Heavy Borger in draw phase, which is good because right now it cannot tag out with anything in hand. Valius is banished, which is a big deal. We can't use Caesar Valius for the rest of this game. There's no way to get it back. This is a pop. This is a negate. This is a pop. And this protects the board and floats if it goes to grave. We have Jokul though. Feels like, honestly, Jokul does so much you might Baron it. Or you just pop it when it hits the field. That's also an option with the Dogorad. So during your opponent's main phase, you can target one other monster on the field with attack less than or equal to this card. This card loses attack exactly equal to that monster's attack if it does destroy that monster. We're going to use that here. Since we are this big, we're going to destroy the Jokul, lose 2000 attack. But the Jokul has been dealt with. Now there's a red layer on the board. Congratulations. It doesn't do anything on the field. Holisu, Borger are both known in hand. The other two cards, I believe, are unknown. We are going to negate Vanquish Soul Holisu with Baron. Now what? Do we have Raisin? Do we have Mad Love? Any of that? If not, we're in trouble. No! No! Not the Typhon! Not the Typhon! Why would you do that to Typhon? Oh, God. No! Yeah, I think this game is over. I think they just did it. I think they broke the board going second. Honestly, this card should not have been used on the Vanquish Soul player's first turn. That was not worth it. We should have just rolled the opponent on their turn. Yep, end phase. SP returns, Borger returns. You can get a desperation Borger drop, but that's not gonna cut it at this point. They're starting their turn off with way too much. Oh, resetting Baron is mean. But they have game on board already. Okay. Alright. Alright. The Koakimeru Guardian to boot. That's over 9,000 damage on the board. And that's going to be Nezu finishing the Swiss rounds of the Challenger Cup undefeated with a 2-0 victory in the last round. So we are guaranteed to see Nezu return for the top 32 tomorrow. Well done, good job. Also, Iola gonna be back for the top 32 tomorrow, as that was their first loss of the tournament. Very much still in it. Let me find another you know what, let me find a match where they're still playing like for top cut. So I know that let's watch Dino Chief versus Shureg. We've watched Dino Chief earlier and they were playing Unchained. I can tell you, I'm checking the standings right now. They are sitting on a 4-1 record, which means if they win this round, they are guaranteed in top 32. Let me see what the score is real quick between those two. Dino Chief has a win already. Dino Chief does have a win already. Okay, so it looks like this is game 2. All right, let's see what the Unchained can do. I'll say it right now, if Dino Chief loses this round, I'm sorry, because then they are 4-2 and the only 2 losses were both the ones that I watched. So if they lose this one, then maybe it's my fault. All right, we have a cool tune player going first here with Shureg. Quick look at the hand, and when I say quick, I mean quick. I saw Nibiru. That's all I got. Okay, banish Sharvara and leave the Yugioh, the Dawn's Light on top. Full tune synchro in the draw phase to make Zaylin. Activate Fiendsmith Sanct. Get a Light Fiend token. Get the other Cool Tune Synchro in here. Make RS. No, Remix. Make Remix. And Mix is going to destroy that token. Reset Sanct for what it's worth. Activate Thrust. Chain Remix. Chain Zaylin. Negate the Thrust. Remix resolves, adds back Q. Specials Rico. We don't synchro. Instead, we go Rico, add Clip. Now Clip can make RS. Wait, isn't Nibiru live now? We summoned Remix, Zaylin, Rico, Clip B. Yeah, Nibiru's live. They're not locked into fiends, are they? Cannot declare attacks except with fiends. Dude, they knew about this Nibiru too. They saw it. They played around the Nibiru on turn 1, and then I guess just played into it on the opponent's own turn. And the craziest thing is here, like they're not even forced to like Nibiru their own board. They just made it live for them on an open game state. They had no cards on the field. They were like, let me summon Rico, add Clip, and then summon Clip open game state immediately next thing. Oh, Crackle. Okay. They're doing some Crackle stuff to get rid of the Fiend extra deck, I suppose. I was like, why are they synchro summoning into the Nibiru? That's just gonna get distributed. But I guess it does trigger Crackle's graveyard effect, so they can take 2 cards out of the extra deck. Plus the random banish from Clip. Which against like Fiend combo can definitely matter. Like we can take apart like the Fiendsmith lines. Okay. It's scary still. I feel like they still have normal summon and 3 cards in hand. Okay, next 2 are Engraver and Ash. Banish Engraver. Keep Ash on top. Random banish for the Loose the Dusk's Dark. And now we get to targeted banish 2 until the end phase. Yeah, it's crazy against Fiendsmiths because all the cards rely on each other. Like if you take the sequence away or the Requiem, you basically make a lot of the other cards unusable. So we decide to take Requiem and Aerial Eater. Okay, that's going to make basically a lot of the Fiendsmith lines very hard to pull off. Set 1, but this is Unchained. So this not necessarily means, yup, it's not the end. Sharvara, try to destroy that. Oh, but it's not an Unchained trap. It's Mutiny in the Sky, and they can't use it. They can't use it, apparently, because the Aerial Eater is gone. But here's the Yugioh. We know about that one, but that doesn't have a search target anymore. Usually, that only plays, like, usually they play 1 Mutiny, right? The search would be Yugioh. But that still is 2 Fiends. And 2 Fiends is Yama. Here's Yama. Activate Yama. Activate Sharvara. Can we activate this? Probably not. And we get Veilered on the Yama. How bad is this? Can you make 2 monsters? This can be made with Nibiru. Okay. Set escape. They probably play the Link 3, right? The Unchained Link 3. It doesn't come up that often. Maybe there's a couple of people who are thinking about cutting it. It seems like... Oh, wait. Does it... It needs attack mode monsters. No. No, any face-up monster your opponent controls. Doesn't need to be attack mode. They do play it. All right, here's Unchained Soul of Anguish. We are linking. You could target the Nibiru token with this. However, this can be made with a normal monster, but not everything can be. Okay, there's infinite impermanence. That's really good here. However, at the moment, I'm not sure if Cool Tune has follow-up in hand, since they just used the Q in hand to make the crackle. We do have the escape face down and some amount of follow-up guaranteed, because once we destroy our own Anguish, we can add back Sharvara, and Yama can also trigger if you want to. Here's Rotary with Reek. Okay, that plays. That plays. Yeah, okay. That should be it, right? Like you... what can you do here? I mean, if you pop the Rotary, that definitely doesn't help. You kind of have to let them play here, right? Because if you pop the Rotary now, they just normal summon Rico and search another one. So that doesn't work. Kind of just have to let them play and hope you can make a difference later with the trap card. But that seems difficult too. Oh, okay. But... Loudness War giving us targeting protection. Rotary activates. We can only use the effect to get rid of a card from the graveyard, but that's actually good here because we can get rid of the Yama from the graveyard. And as soon as we activate the trap card, the Loudness War can banish Track Maker. Is there a Track Maker in the grave? Let me just double check. There is a Track Maker, yeah. Okay. This does trigger if it gets destroyed by battle as well, though. Wait, there's no way we are going battle phase now, right? What? Why do we need to go battle phase here? Because now we have Sharvara in hand with an Unchained Trap face down, which is also pretty good follow-up wise. We can now play uninterrupted, but we're not going for game this turn. And we guaranteed them a pretty good follow-up turn, no matter what. You can manipulate the top deck from here potentially. Rico for Rotary. I mean, but you've used Rotary's other effect already, so we can't search with this, even though the opponent now has cards in hand. So we can make Trackmaker here. Trackmaker can search. Rico could pop the face down. Do you want to pop the face down? Because that gives you stuff. No, we don't want to. Okay. Here's JJ Cool Tune added. We search Q. We can still normal summon Q. We can manipulate the top deck a little bit. But it's still, it feels like Unchained could break this potentially. I mean, Q bringing back B2B is pretty sick. Looks like we're actually not manipulating the top deck though, because we can't synchro with that Q anymore. Okay, using Sharvara into this B2B feels like you're insta-losing the game. Okay, but instead of using B2B to insta-win the game, we are using Loudness War to bounce the trap. Okay. So we just undid the opponent's mistake, I feel like, but alright. I feel like chaining B2B and just synchroing away the Q was pretty good there. B2B revive Zale and negate the trap. That is not how Zalen works. If it's just chain link one trap, you can't negate it. Okay, the card we drew was Sarama. Mutiny in the Sky in the graveyard is going to activate to add itself back to the hand. We can banish Rotary to shuffle it back though. For the Loudness War. Yeah, we're gonna do that. This is not the end of it though, because now Loudness War has been used. We can now set the trap and use Sharvara. Which you can chain B2B to it, but you can't prevent it necessarily. We just add Ash. There is no Ash in the graveyard. Cannot add Ash. Summoning Zale in here is good, but as long as you only activate one card per chain link. And we make Chaos Angel. Oh, Chaos Angel is good. Chaos Angel is good. Yeah, Chaos Angel might do it because you can oh, Baron. Oh, Baron. Okay. I thought Chaos Angel was going to happen, but Baron is probably even better. Yeah, we just negate the trap in the grave, and now it's just a lonely Sharvara against the world, and that does not do it. Unless I'm missing something in the graveyard. Let me double check. No Fiendsmith. No, there's nothing. Typhon? Typhon does not win this game state. Typhon does not win this game state. I don't know if this is game 3 or game 2, actually. This might be game 2. Set chamber pass. That's game. Because now Zalen is on the board. Whenever they activate the trap, they can go chain loudness, chain Zalen. That is game. Vanish Rotary, as well as probably just use Zalen for good measure. No? Okay. Don't know why we're not using Zalen. It's game anyways. Because you get rid of Sarama here, so they have to bring back Sharvara or the Link. And you can attack twice with this and twice with this, so it's game no matter what. Okay, so I guess we're gonna have to wait and see. This is going to be the it's either the equalizer or the match winner. I'm not sure. On the list of replays, I could only see one game between these two players, but it could also just have been on like the other page that you can't access anymore. So at least 1-1, maybe 2-1. I guess we'll find out in a second by whether they're gonna start another game or not. Still at the table at the moment. I think this was game 2, but there's only 3 minutes left. So if they have to play another game, that'd be kind of crazy. If they have to play another game in this round number 6, then they only have 3 minutes left at the point in time. Are you going to play or not? Waiting room. Oh, they are going to play again. Okay, it was indeed game 2. Well, we're going to have a nail biter on our hands, but like 2.5 minutes left. 2.5 minutes left for the final game of the series. Dino Chief is going first with Unchained. Reminder, as soon as the timer hits 0, the player with more life points wins. And this is a Fiendsmith strategy. So that's scary if you're playing Cool Tune here and you're going second against Fiendsmith cards with 2 minutes left. And Lacrima Burn exists. So that's that could be potentially a real bummer. End of the Swiss rounds here for Shureg, which is why we are using Ash Blossom on this Requiem with the quickness. We do not want access to the Fiendsmith cards no matter what. So we Ash Blossom the Requiem here. There's Tract, however. Tract alone doesn't do it here though. Because that's just one Light Fiend body. I guess if you have a normal summon, you can still make Sequence, make Lacrima. Oh yeah, opening double Fiendsmith spells with 2 minutes left is kind of nice. I mean, at this point, it's 1 minute. Okay, Lacrima works. Lacrima, discard Abominable Chamber. Normal summon Lacrima. Lacrima effect, any effect veilers? I think you also, I mean, yeah, we imperm that too. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the game is all about stopping the Fiendsmith from coming out. So Lacrima gets impermed. Do we pass turn? Or do we have more? If you activate Engraver now. Or track to fuse. No, we set. We set and we pass. 20 seconds left. If Cool Tune does any damage, I believe if we go to time and both players are at 8,000, it is literally just first damage win. Which is what we're going to have in 10 seconds. It's about, yeah. This is going to be first damage wins, I'm pretty sure. Okay, imperm on mix. It's now it's overtime. The clock just hit 0. So first damage wins the game. If they can make a synchro here to attack the Lacrima, they probably just win. I mean, any tuner in hand. Anything. Yeah. Double mix. Wait, no, Trackmaker is 0 attack. That alone, that's not enough yet. Trackmaker is 0. It's in attack mode. It's aggressive. It's an aggressive Trackmaker, but it's still 0. Mix destroy Lacrima. I mean, you can get JJ Cool Tune and then get another one. You can get a body with by tributing the Trackmaker. But the Trackmaker itself, it's in attack mode, but it doesn't have attack. Yeah, Lacrima, dude, imagine what if they have Paradise in the deck? If they play Paradise, Cool Tune just has to stop special summoning. Because if you have Paradise, you can immediately get Lacrima burned. AJ Cool Tune. Why is this Trackmaker in attack mode? Tribute Trackmaker. Oh, damn! Dude. Okay. Now what? Now what? Do they just win with Lacrima Revive Requiem? I can't take it. Set 1, there's no way. Oh, dude, when they synchroed, I was like, okay, that's over. And then it was Mix in hand, which is the only other tuner in hand that doesn't like go for game there. Bring back Requiem. They have attack points on the field. How does Cool Tune stop this? I don't think they can. You should not use Rec. You can lose. Nah, they don't have Ash in hand. If they had Ash in hand, they could have synchroned into something better. Talents set. They could have talents. Yeah, they could have baited with talents. Mourner! Dude, if you have a way to remove that Lacrima off the field and win by Mourner burn damage, I'm losing my mind. No, you can't. Okay. God, oh my god. Can you imagine that? Wait. Wait. Why didn't you make the remix? Why didn't you make remix with Mourner in attack mode and attack the attack mode Lacrima? Oh. Okay. Well, I mean, that was exciting. Dude, that was kind of fun. I mean, I know the people typically don't like when games go to time, but that was kind of a nail biter. I was kind of stressed just watching that, but that was exciting. That was really exciting. Whew. Okay. Okay. Well, And with that, Dino Chief finishes the Swiss rounds of the Challenger Cup today with a 5-1 record. Pretty impressive stuff, pretty good stuff. Unchained is going to return tomorrow for the top 32. Yeah, it's been a pleasure as always hosting the first day of this Challenger Cup. This is not the end of the tournament. This is going to be the end of the tournament for today, but we are going to return tomorrow for the top 32. It is not the end of the stream though. If you guys want to stick around, we have some TCG news to talk about and stuff like that. So we're probably going to go for maybe like another hour or two. I'm not sure exactly how long the stuff takes that we're going to talk about, but we've been live for about almost 6 hours. So we're probably going to do another 1 or 2 hours with some TCG stuff to talk about. But for now, that's going to be the end of day 1 of the Challenger Cup. Thank you all so much for watching today for the Challenger Cup portion of the stream. I'm just going to quickly run the end of Challenger Cup screen, and then we're going to go right back to the regular stream. But yeah, thank you all for watching the Challenger Cup. Make sure to tune in tomorrow, 2 p.m. Central European Standard Time for the second day of the Challenger Cup, where we're going to watch the top 32 unfold. And now we're going to just go over to the regular streaming overlay. Give me a second to set all that up. Okay, and there we are. Welcome back to the regular overlay, gamers. All right, we have a few things to talk about that I wanted to do today. I didn't want to just do the Challenger Cup because I was a little bit sick yesterday and the day before that, and there's a few things I had planned for those days that we're instead going to do today. Also, they announced a couple of things yesterday that I want to talk about with you guys today, and there is some pretty interesting stuff here, some pretty exciting news. Also some confusing Genesys update for the OCG that I have no real idea what it really is about that we can take a quick look at. But first and foremost, I want to look at this, something that was announced by Mr. DZev yesterday, which is Grandmaster Rares are here, Magnificent Monsters first look. Now, They've chosen to announce this, I think, exclusively through Doug, which I think is an interesting approach. I think that this is the first time we're hearing of this. And I haven't seen the video yet, and I don't know exactly how it works. I mean, of course, I'm familiar with the concept of Grandmaster Rares, but let's just get a quick look at what this is exactly going to be from Doug here.
Konami has asked me to reveal and explain the upcoming Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG set Magnificent Monsters, releasing on September 4th. There is a lot to cover in today's video, but I wanted to open it up by saying that yes, this pack
this is one day after my birthday. Okay.
Does include the highly anticipated serialized Grandmaster Rares. Let's talk about what's in this pack. This set includes 18 brand new reimagined
It looks so good, man.
versions of famous anime cards from throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history. Pick up cards like Dark Magician, the Pharaoh's Servant, Favorite Hero Shining Flare Wingman, Starjunk Synchron, Gagaga Girl.
This is not all of them, right? This is just the protagonist cards, right? So this is basically Limit Over Collection, the heroes. All right.
Cell phone subtraction, and more. If you follow the OCG,
there was not, sorry to pause. There was not much time in the OCG between the first and the second set though, right? Like the Limit Over Collection Heroes was like just a few weeks before the other one. They released them like shortly after each other, 20 days. Okay. I wonder, I mean, for us, is there any product announced afterwards? We don't know that, right? Probably. So I have no idea how long that's going to take.
Limit Over Collection Heroes. All 18 cards are available as Standard Art Ultra Rare, Extended Art Ultra or Starlight Rare, and Grandmaster Rare. There are also 2 more Extended Art cards, but they're keeping those under wraps for now. Don't forget
2 more extended art cards, but they're keeping those under wraps for now. Okay.
That this pack releases after Chaos Origins, so the Starlights will be upgraded to the new Starlight Rare 2.0. Still this
I'll have to see these in person to really say whether I prefer those or not, but my gut feeling is that this is a good thing. Because typically OCG cards look better than TCG cards most of the time. So if they're adapting the OCG thing for this, that's probably a good thing.
same rarity, but closer to how it looks in Japan with brighter colors and a rainbow border. Let's talk about how Grandmaster Rares work in the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG. Grandmaster Rares have serial numbers from 1 to 100.
Dude, it's crazy because we've discussed this so many times on the stream, like how exactly this is gonna work. And I'm so excited to hear about it, like different languages and so on and so forth.
Of the 18 extended art cards have the possibility of being a Grandmaster Rare. There will be 100 Grandmaster Rares per card for the Americas and another 100 per card distributed from Europe.
Okay, so there's 200 each. I mean, I think this makes sense. So how about languages?
Ones from Europe will have an E in their serial number to differentiate
that makes sense. Okay.
them from the Americas. All Grandmaster Rares will be in English, but they can be found in packs of any language.
Okay, I like that. I do like that. I think that's good. So, because of course we've talked about this previously. We've talked about like, are they gonna make like 100 English copies, 100 German, 100 French, 100 Italian, 100 Portuguese? And like all the languages, and I feel like that would maybe take away from it a little bit too much, because then like there's like, instead of being 100 copies, there's like 1,000, which definitely takes away from the appeal of what they are doing. Also, like, because the markets are not the same size, certain languages would just be way easier to get. Because, like, you know, like there's not the same volume of German product being moved or produced even. So the pull rates would be different between the languages, which I think is weird. So I guess this way, 200 copies in total, that's fine. But yeah, are you going to buy one or pull one? I'm not going to buy a Grandmaster Rare. From what I've seen, what they were worth in the OCG, like, I don't know, I can't see myself ever owning one of these cards unless I would pull it. And even if I pull it, I don't know if I could justify keeping it. I guess it depends on the card, because like I don't know what the market is nowadays, like, because I haven't really kept up with it. But I know that like the Dark Magician Girl, like it was in the beginning, it was like 20,000, and then it only went up from there, which is an amount of money that I couldn't justify keeping that. But some of the, it's a weird word to use, but some of the cheaper ones I've heard of moving for like 2,000 or something. Some of the less, you know, not Dark Magician Girl, basically, not Dark Magician, not Blue Eyes, but like just any random one. If I were to get really lucky and pull one of those, then maybe I'd consider keeping it, because I feel like it'd be really special to pull something like that. But I honestly have no idea. This is something. The OCG market for these could be very different than the TCG market. They could be more expensive for us. They could be less expensive for us. We have no idea how our, like, the print run, like the size, are they printing more TCG cards or are they printing more OCG cards for this? I have no idea, right? So it's impossible to say. What I will say is that if the set is good in general, then I'm down to like open a little bit of it on stream. We can try to hunt for a Grandmaster Rare, and if it happens, it happens. But I'm not gonna spend that amount of money on a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Jesse said that the E on the European Grandmasters will make them worth less than NA ones. I believe it. I think that it could be either way. Maybe yes. I don't know if I don't know. I'm not in the mind of a collector for stuff like this. I have no idea if someone would care about it. In my mind, what I would expect is like collectors care about rarity, right? I think before anything else. So I think it just matters which side of the like TCG has the higher print run. Like if, and I don't know the answer to this, I would guess they print more product in NA than they print in the TC in Europe, which would technically make the European ones slightly easier to pull. But overall, there's 100 total of each, so technically they're like the same rarity. Like there's 100 each, so I have no idea. I think it'd be very weird if there was a large difference in value for them.
Of any language. These cards are extremely rare, so be careful when opening your packs. Those 18 cards are not the only...
You know he put that in here because of that one video where one of the OCG players cut their booster open with scissors and cut their Grandmaster Dark Magician. You know that's why they put that in here.
Only new ones in Magnificent Monsters, though. It also includes variant arts for SP Little Knight and IP Masquerena, as well as the new WP Fancy...
Okay, this is just the stuff that we've had in Master Duel already, the new alt arts. Those are fine, but okay, more alt arts in the pack as well.
Ball, which you might have seen in Master Duel. This is also your chance to pick up chibi versions of popular cards like Sky Striker Mobilize Engage and Divine Arsenal AA Zeus.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, this all makes sense now because we've seen these announcements over the last couple of months of like, here's the chibis, here's those alt arts, and we were all wondering like, hey, when are we getting any of this in the TCG? And now it all comes in this one set. Okay.
Sky Thunder. Each summoning type gets a new boss monster too, such as Nightmare Eyes Restrict, Galaxy Eyes Antimatter Dragon, and Crystron Helki Fibrax Prism.
Oh, those are the prismatic summon cards as well. Okay, they're combining a lot of product into this product.
You might be familiar with these cards if you've seen the OCG's Prismatic Summon Box.
Yeah.
Additionally,
wait, Prismatic Summon Box had the Mice Ritual as well. Oh.
Magnificent Monsters includes foil upgrades for cards previously only available as commons like 6 Cents and finally Waboku. There's also reprints. Bro
set me up for something crazy and then said Waboku. I mean, hey, as a fellow paleo enjoyer, I actually do like a holo Waboku. I'll take it. All right. Sure.
For sought-after competitive cards such as Medius...
Yeah, you guys stay out of this for now. We're talking Ankh to Ankh. Me and Doug right now, we're having an Ankh to Ankh conversation that you guys are not part of, all right?
And Elzet Azamina of the White Forest. Now that we know
okay, now I'm out of it. They said Elzet Azamina.
Types of cards that will be in this set, let's talk about the packs. Each box includes 3 regular booster packs as well as 1 upgrade pack, similar to the bonus pack in the Legendary Modern Decks 2026.
Okay, so it's not actually booster boxes. It's not booster boxes. It's like a special edition. This is Ankh terminology that I'm using right now, but to me, this is a special edition type product, right? You get 3 packs and a little bonus pack. That's a special edition for people who've been around for a long time. I don't know when they made special edition. The last special edition is probably like 15 years ago. But okay, you get a little box. You get 3 packs, and you get a little bonus pack. All right.
Booster packs have 5 distinct pools of cards, and you'll pull 1 card from each pool in every single pack. It's like the card slot system from Magnificent Mavens back in 2022.
Okay, you know what, Doug? I'm going to pause you real quick, because I'm going to have to read this, because if I just listen to it once, I'm going to forget all of it. Okay, so you get 5 cards per pack. And the first card in the pack is from Pool A, which is a pool of 20 different cards, which are the new Overframe / Grandmasters, right? Extended art pool, mostly new versions of famous anime manga cards, usually standard art, but if you pull an extended art card, it will be from this pool. So this is where the 18 Grandmasters go, and then the 2 mysterious, ominous cards that they haven't disclosed yet that he mentioned earlier, right? So this also means that you basically get a guaranteed regular version of the Grandmasters, right? In every pack. Every single pack, you get a guaranteed, like, regular version of those cards, which is very good. Listen to me. This is exactly what I wanted from cards like this, because I don't want these cards to be expensive for people to play. And there are a couple of overframes that are, and Grandmasters that are playable. Some of these are really strong. So for people to have a guaranteed way to pull the cheap version of it, and this makes sure that it's the cheap version, is really good. That's awesome. That's going to make these cards available for players at a very cheap price, because when you're playing the game, you don't need the overframe, you don't need the Grandmaster Rare. Leave those to the collectors, leave those to the whales to open up the product a bunch to make the cards affordable. Who cares? If you're just playing Yu-Gi-Oh, the cards are going to be available in the regular artwork plenty, right? And that's great. That's awesome. Okay. But those, of course, have the chance to be upgraded into a extended art, ultra rare extended art, or starlight, or I guess if you're really lucky, the Grandmaster. Okay. Pool B is new card variant art pool. 8 brand new cards plus 12 brand new variant art cards, IP Masquerena, SP Little Knight, and 10 Chibi variant cards. Okay, 8 brand new cards includes probably the Halka Fibrax Prism, the Nightmare Restrict, the Galaxy Eyes Antimatter. I don't know what the 5 other ones are. Did he mention those, or did I just miss it? It could have like the Demise in there. You know. Okay, but there's a couple of new cards and a couple of alt arts in Pool B. And then Pool C is foil up pool, ultra rare foil up for 40 cards never released as foil cards. Okay. So they've picked, I like this one actually, 40 cards that have never had a foil printing, receiving a foil printing. The examples for this were Sixth Sense and Vaboku, which are kind of whatever in terms of, they're kind of whatever in terms of, what's it called? Like reprint wise, you know, like they're not the craziest thing. Demise is not in that pool. Oh, okay, right. Okay, whatever. 8 new cards and alt arts in this one. I get it. And then 40 upgrades. And then we have Pool D and Pool E, which are reprints only. Okay, so per pack, you get one of the new overframe cards, basic version, but a chance to upgrade into something crazy. You get a guaranteed new card or alt art. You get a guaranteed foil upgrade to a common card. And you get 2 reprints. Okay, I like this. This looks good. I mean, yeah.
Pool A includes the 18 anime-inspired cards that we talked about.
All right, well, now that I've read all
earlier.
of it...
Like I mentioned, these cards are available as Ultra Rare, Extended Art Ultra Rare, Extended Art Starlight Rare, and Grandmaster Rare. Pool B includes 20 cards. This is where you'll find new cards that weren't in Pool A, and variant art cards like SP Little Knight and the Chibis. Pool C has those foil upgrades of cards that were previously only available as commons. Finally, Pool D and E are both made up of the rest of the reprints in the set. The reprints are divided into 2 halves, and you'll pull 1 card from each. That brings us to the 3-card upgrade pack. All of the cards in here are Secret Rare with a chance to upgrade to Starlight Rare. Once again, there are
all 3 cards in here are Secret Rare with a chance to upgrade to Starlight. I mean, this is exactly the same as the Legendary Modern decks, right? You get 3 cards per little per deck, and they can upgrade to Starlights, right? So yeah, this is just 6 brand new boss monsters, 1 for each special summon type: Ritual, Fusion, Synchro, Exceed, Pendulum, Link. That's probably where the Demise would go. Right? Because it's like Nightmare Eyes Restrict. The Galaxy Eyes Antimatter is XYZ. The Synchro is the Dark Strike Fighter retrain, right? The Pendulum, I forgot. The Link is the new Halka Fibrax. The Ritual is probably Demise. The Fusion is the Millennium, the Nightmare Eyes Restrict. I don't know what the Pendulum was. The Pendulum was good too, though. The Kirin, right? Yeah. Then we have 1 of 10 variant art cards with Chibi art from Pool B, but this time as Secret Rare or Starlight. Ah, okay. So like the Chibi Zeus, the Chibi Engage, you can pull those as Secret and Starlight as well. Okay. The remaining 10 cards from Pool B also as Secret or Starlight. Okay, got it.
3 card slots with different pools. Pool 1 has the 6 boss monsters for the different summoning types. Pool 2 and 3 are made up with the 2 halves of Pool B from earlier, but of course they'll have...
These cards are going to be expensive, the 3 secrets especially. I don't think so. I think the Starlights are going to be expensive, but you get a guaranteed pack, and it's a 1 in 6 chance to pull the individual ones. And because this set has Grandmaster Rares for the first time, this product is going to be opened into oblivion. And 1 in 6, like every 6 boxes slash packs, you're gonna pull one of each of these. Like they're not gonna be that expensive, realistically. As the secret rare basic version, I don't think so.
Have a chance of upgrading to a Starlight Rare. One thing I'll note here at the end is that Magnificent Monsters is replacing the Megatins this year. Don't forget though, like
that's good. I'm not gonna lie, I think it was time to give up the Megatins. I agree with that. I think that's good. I think the Megatins were kind of outdated. I think they needed to replace them for better style products, and this could be it. I mean, I'm all here for a more aggressive reprint policy. I do want more frequent and more aggressive reprints, which is something they've been doing. But realistically, the more early reprints you do, the worse the Megatins get. Because that used to be like the Megatins thing, right? The Megatins were very often, back in the day, first time reprints for these cards, which was what their purpose was back then. Which was bad because it was very often very late for the first reprint. Like for the first reprint, having these be at the end of the year for cards that sometimes came out a year before was really awkward, because oftentimes it was just too late for the reprints. They need to reprint stuff faster, I think. But if you reprint stuff faster, then the Megatins kind of lose their purpose. So yeah, I think this is good. I like that. Nice.
Said earlier, this set does have competitive reprints, so you won't be missing out. Thank you, Konami,
Nice.
for allowing me to reveal Magnificent.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure they're gonna put reprints in here as well. We did see that there are 40. So this set, if I'm seeing it correctly, you have 80 reprints in this set, right? Out of a pool of this set has a pool of 120 cards total, which is not that big. 120 is fine in terms of size for it. But the you get 40 reprints and 40 foil upgrades, which is 80 reprints total. Thoughts on Potted Desires? I think it's actually, I said it, I think it's optimal to draw triple Potted Desires, because you can't draw Desires with Desires anymore. I feel like you threw that game. I think it was an auto win after you drew triple Desires. I think it was kind of a throw. Yeah, okay.
And collectors, so make sure to mark your calendars for September 4th. This set is incredible, and I can't wait to try and pick up a Grandmaster Rare.
There's not much to add here for what Doug said afterwards. I mean, I'm looking forward to this. I'm very happy to finally have confirmation on the fact that we are getting the Grandmaster Rares. I mean, I was pretty convinced that we were going to get them, but until we had official confirmation for it, there was always a small chance that we wouldn't get them, but I'm very happy to finally have that confirmation. I think this set is going to be awesome. The set went completely crazy in the OCG. I mean, it's not the exact same set, but yeah, that's phenomenal. I think that's straight up phenomenal. I'm looking forward to it. I like especially that it looks like, if I'm looking at this rarity distribution, it looks like everything that isn't a Grandmaster or Overframe is very, very reasonable in terms of your chance of pulling it. Like, there is nothing in here, if you just need a specific card to play the game, nothing here is hard to get, right? You get literally, you get 3 packs per tuck box or whatever it's called, and each, like, the Overframe cards are not hard to pull in their basic version, right? It's a 1 in 20. It's a 1 in 20 to pull one of the ultra rares. You have a 1 in 20 at any of the alt arts, IP, SP, chibis. The foil upgrade card pool, I'm sure those are going to be the quote-unquote worst pulls in the set, because they are just upgrading previously existing common cards. So by nature, the previously existing cards are going to be cheap. So the holo version is probably also not going to be crazy. Like, look, I don't mind them making a holo version of Waboku, but that's not going to be money, I don't think, right? Like, the ultra rare version of Waboku is not going to be money. Most of the other upgrades are not going to be money, but it's nice to have, I suppose. The reprints, on the other hand, they could be reasonable to be worth something if there's a good reprint in here. They mentioned Medius the Pure. They mentioned LZ Azamina. But still, splitting up the reprint pool in 2 halves, and in each pool, there's a 1 in 20 chance to pull the respective card. That's fine. Unless there's anything aggressively short printed, nothing here is going to be crazy hard to pull. So yeah, I mean, I'm all here for this product. I guess it didn't say anything about what these packs are going to cost, right? If they're anything like the Megatins, if they're replacing the Megatins, then I could see it being like 20 to 30 bucks for the 3 packs plus the bonus pack. I have no idea. Maybe, is that reasonable? Is it not reasonable? I have no idea. You can go off of, yeah, I don't know, Magnificent Mavens. I have no idea what that cost back then. But I think anywhere between 20 and 30 bucks is probably reasonable to expect. Anything beyond 30 bucks, I would probably say is pretty expensive. 25 was Mavens. Yeah, like the legendary modern decks are about 20 to 30, right? The Megatins used to be between 20 and 30. I think that's about the range that's like to be expected for this kind of product. So yeah, I mean, I'll see how hard it is to get your hands on it. I have no idea, but I'll try to like open a little bit of it on stream. Maybe we can just chase the high of pulling a Grandmaster Rare for content. It'd be a banger clip if it ever happened. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's awesome. Good stuff. What about the Rivals Overframe cards? Are they included? They are not included. The Rivals Overframes, we have no idea when we are getting those. We have to wait and see. No, genuinely no idea. Okay, well. And then we have this, which has sparked a lot of discussion on the internet. And I have like no idea what really is going on here, but this is Genesys points list June 1st, 2026 onwards, OCG question mark. So this seems to be only listed for the main OCG format and available only via Neuron as the time of this writing. So what's going on is a good question. We will keep folks updated as more information becomes available. So it seems like from what I've gathered, this is a list of, we're not going to go over this list one by one because this is over 300 changes to the Genesys point list. We've talked about this a couple of weeks ago or months at this point, that they made an announcement that Genesys was going to make its way into the OCG. And there was a lot of questions attached to that already. And this, I think, is something that we're simply going to have to wait and see, because typically, here's the thing, TCG Genesys has been having pretty good communication. So I'm sure, and I'm not actually being sarcastic here, but I do think that once they see how much confusion is in the community right now about this change, they will make a blog post about this probably. Like, they will probably say like, hey, this is, you know, this is the deal with this. This only applies to the OCG. We're not going to get this, or we are also going to get this, whatever. Essentially, from what I'm gathering here, this is pretty aggressively increasing the points on non-engine in general. Like everything, hey, Dimensional Fissure getting points at least. But essentially, it's just aggressively pointing every single bit of non-engine. Like, I don't even know what this card is. Sky Palace Gangaree Die? I've never... That card sounds made up to me. They're pointing everything. You think of a card, it probably has points on here. And then not just non-engine, but also a bunch of deck cores. Like literally every single Exo Sister is gaining some points here. So in a vacuum, in theory, I think this is like just essentially making Genesys a format that is even lower power level than what it already was. If you're playing with 100 points, it's basically impossible to build anything that resembles a modern Yu-Gi-Oh deck in Genesys format with these points. It's essentially gonna make Genesys like really, really aggressively lower power level with an incredibly large point list, right? Like the point list explodes in size with this. Like I don't know how many cards were on the Genesys point list, but this probably like doubles it or something, because there's a lot of cards going from 0 to some amount of points. Which in theory could still make for a fun format, I suppose. But it does spark a lot of confusion about like Genesys format in the TCG, because honestly, here's my take on Genesys in terms of like low power and everything. I've already liked the point that Genesys is at in the TCG. I was really looking forward to playing Genesys format in the way that it currently is. I think the Genesys point system is really awesome. However, you have to make sure to, I think you have to make sure to not overdo it to the point where like it becomes so restrictive and also so like overwhelming that like you can't even make a functioning deck anymore, which I feel like is happening here. Like, because let's just use Exosister as an example here. You can't even play an Exosister deck without, you don't have non-engine. Straight up, if you play an Exosister, like this adds up so quickly. Every single Exosister card has 5 points minimum, except Armament, which is, that's crazy. That card is literally, I think, isn't this card like unplayable? Like if you're playing 100, like one of each, you can't even play. Skrelp is saying like if you play one of each, you have over 100, which is crazy, right? And at that point, I feel like you're making it so oppressive and so restrictive that you can't even build proper decks anymore, which is a little weird. The format that results from this could still be good. I mean, of course, I haven't tried it at all because this just came out, so I don't know. And I kind of am hoping that this is not getting introduced into the TCG Genesys. I probably wouldn't hate this format, I will say that. I probably still would enjoy some of this gameplay, because it's essentially just lower power, like even lower power than current Genesys, which isn't the worst case scenario, right? But I still feel like it's kind of excessive. And the other thing is like, maybe this is just for the OCG. Maybe this is just for the OCG, and I feel like, here's the thing, my theory is, they want Genesys in the OCG maybe to be a very, very harsh, like opposite of what modern Yu-Gi-Oh is. I think they want Genesys to maybe just be like this super slow, super low power level, maybe even feels like old school format, right? To give the people something who actually like played way back in the day, kind of like, you could argue, if you want to see this in a positive light, you could argue this has a higher chance of giving people the feeling that they did promise in the beginning with Genesys format, right? In the beginning, they said yesterday's gameplay with today's cards, right? And that arguably didn't really happen, because Genesys, if I had to phrase it, Genesys is still today's gameplay, but more balanced, like at a lower power level. Like it is today's gameplay, but lower ceiling, which is, in my opinion, a good thing. I like that. So I wouldn't want TCG Genesys to change, but if they really want to fulfill the yesterday's gameplay, like, you know, promise, then this might be closer to that. This might be closer to that. If only there was a way to play Yu-Gi-Oh with yesterday's gameplay, some sort of traveling back in time. Yeah, it's weird, right? Because you can say like, yeah, if you want yesterday's gameplay, just play Time Wizard. I think, and this is a weird thing for them, I suppose, because like they're not selling you new cards for Time Wizard, right? Which puts them in a weird spot. So it's like they're trying to give you yesterday's gameplay, but with today's cards, which, like, you know, today's cards provide today's gameplay, unfortunately, right? That's just not how it works, because you keep making modern Yu-Gi-Oh cards that have modern Yu-Gi-Oh effects. Those cards are gonna play like modern Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So it's weird. It's a weird premise. It's a weird premise. So for me, the promise, and this is not an official promise that they've made, but the promise of you get today's gameplay in Genesys, but you get it with like less floodgates, less powerful end boards, less broken non-engine every deck. To me, that was attractive. The current Genesys format is genuinely attractive to me. I'm looking forward to participating in Genesys YCSs when they have day one on the Friday. And I think at the moment, Genesys is not experiencing that much hype at the moment. But I do think it is in the long run very attractive for people who enjoy modern Yu-Gi-Oh! But would like it to be a little bit more balanced. Especially if people are going to have more opportunities to play it. But yeah, I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see if this comes to the TCG as well. I'm sure they're going to talk about it in an update on the blog later in a couple of days, maybe. I don't know. The communication on Genesys, you can say whatever you want about Genesys format, but the communication has been pretty top notch. So I'm sure we're going to learn about what this means for us soon. Yeah. I mean, interesting. I'm kind of indifferent about this because I don't think, even with all these changes, I don't think it would kill my enjoyment of Genesys format entirely. It's just basically a different interpretation of the points list, like even more aggressive, even lower power, which I would have to play and see if maybe now it's too slow for me. Maybe I wouldn't like it anymore, or maybe it's fine. But I don't know. It does handle some modern archetypes pretty aggressively. Like you just cannot play Radiant Typhoon anymore, for example. It's just no longer possible, which is something that for some people, like I said earlier, that was something that people were disappointed by in Genesys format, right? Like people did start playing Genesys and they were like, hey, this deck that's good in the TCG is also good in Genesys, so why am I playing Genesys? So this feels like something that's trying to cater to that audience, right? It's trying to cater to the people who do not want to play against modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks, so they're pointing the modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks so aggressively that you basically have to play like decks from a few years ago. Otherwise, you just can't fit it all into 100 points. So I think some people are actually gonna like this, and I have to see for myself whether I like it or not. And then maybe it doesn't matter because maybe we never get this in the TCG regions anyways, you know. People have been saying in chat that like this makes it less likely for Genesys to come to Master Duel. I'm not sure why that would be. I feel like Genesys being implemented in the OCG, if anything, made it more likely for Genesys to come to Master Duel. Because I feel like if the OCG doesn't have it, then it never comes to Master Duel, I don't think. And I mean, you can think about this whatever you want, but it does confirm that the OCG is putting some level of effort and interest into Genesys format, right? They're not just taking the rules from the TCG and telling people here, low effort, just play this format. They're actually making their own point adjustments to a lot of cards. You know, I don't know. It made more sense when Genesys, TCG, and OCG were the same format, but they never really were, right? Because the OCG's card pool was ahead. So it was always weird for OCG players because there were cards out there that didn't have points, but were still not legal. So it was kind of weird. Right? So, and it still is weird with those changes, to be fair. So I don't know. I think it's just the idea of having one Genesys format for everybody. It was never going to happen as long as TCG and OCG are on separate release schedules, which is at this point unlikely to ever change in Yu-Gi-Oh! So I feel like that was a hope that was never going to be fulfilled, right? Like that was just a dream that was never going to happen, I feel like. Like this is just something that you have to come to terms with, that like TCG and OCG Genesys format just have to be managed by different entities, right? Like it's just going to have to be OCG managing their Genesys format and TCG managing their Genesys format. Like that's always the solution, I think, because that's the same way with TCG and OCG, like advanced constructed. There's no way around that, I don't think. But yeah. Well, That's that. That is that. Actually, guys, it is 8:30. I'm just now realizing how late it is. We've been live for 6.5 hours. I've been wanting to make a tier list for the TCG format, but I think we'll do that tomorrow because I'm starting to get tired and I haven't had dinner yet. So, forgive me. I know I said we were going to do the tier list earlier, but I haven't realized how late it was going to be. We're going to do it tomorrow after the top cut of the Challenger Cup because the top 32 is 5 rounds. So that should be faster than today because today was 6 rounds. So we're gonna do it tomorrow. Pinky promise. Yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed the Challenger Cup. Make sure to tune in tomorrow. We're gonna commentate the top 32 of the Challenger Cup, and then we're gonna do the TCG tier list. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of the day. And I will see you all tomorrow, duelists. Bye bye, everybody. Peace.